It's a great pleasure to be here. And please interrupt me whenever you want to interrupt. You could, if you feel more comfortable asking questions in French, I may be able to figure out what you're saying, so you can do so too. And or some other language, then we can translate. So don't feel shy to interrupt. It's quite okay. Otherwise, I'll just be finished too early. And so the program for those 4 lectures are topics related to situations and events. And I don't know what the timing will be. It's sometimes a little hard to anticipate. And what I'm going to do today is I'll give you an introduction to the semantics of events and situations. So I'll just give you a basic introduction. So that will be today. Situations and events in grammar. Tomorrow I will be talking about domain restrictions. And domain restrictions has become an important topic these days, in philosophy in particular, because we may learn something about what kind of variables we need in natural language semantics. Then the 3rd lecture will be about implicatures, and you have already heard a lot about implicatures here, and you will hear some more, I understand. And so this will be one more lecture on implicatures. And the 4th lecture, if we ever get to that, will be on embedded questions. So attitude reports and embedded questions. Okay, so situations and events. So I'll start out by giving you just a basic piece of Davidsonian reasoning that is meant to show that there are verbs in natural languages that semantically select events. So that's a classical argument, and the argument usually what you look at, the kind of construction you look at, is perception reports. And so you have a sentence: the librarian saw Trudy take a book from the shelf. And so this is a report on what the librarian saw. And what happens is that you can substitute various pieces in the embedded complement you can substitute them with expressions that have the same extension, and the truth value of the whole sentence will be preserved in that way. Okay, so let's do that. So we have here a first piece of substitution. We have the librarian saw Trudy take a book from the shelf. Now Trudy is the girl in this picture, so I have a picture. Trudy is the girl in this picture. Therefore, the librarian saw the girl in this picture take a book from the shelf. And so what I've done here is I've substituted the proper name Trudy with a co-referential definite description, and the substitution preserves the truth value of the whole sentence. So that seems to go through. And so let's do a few more substitutions here. So here, now we substitute for the direct object. So we have the librarian saw Trudy take a book from the shelf. The book she took was just the normal course of events, and therefore the librarian saw Trudy take the normal course of events. Okay. So we have a direct object. You can understand the direct object maybe as a specific indefinite description referring to a particular book. We are replacing this definite description with another one, a co-referential one, and the truth value of the whole statement is preserved. Then yet another substitution. This one concerns the event description itself, the action description. So we have the librarian saw Trudy take a book from the shelf. Trudy actually stole the book. therefore the librarian saw Trudy steal a book. And so that seems to go through as well. Okay. So now we have substituted just about every piece in the embedded complement, and the substitutions all concerned expressions with the same extension, and the truth value was preserved. Okay, here, just another test. Here we have the librarian actually saw Trudy steal the book, but she had no idea, the librarian, that she was witnessing a theft. That does not seem to be contradictory. That seems to be fine. So we can report what she saw in an epistemically neutral way. So what we reported was that the librarian saw an actual event, and we can substitute any actually true description of that event in this report, and that seems to go through. These epistemically neutral perception reports, they contrast with what's called epistemically non-neutral perception reports. And here's an example. So we have the librarian actually saw that Trudy stole the book, but she had no idea that she was witnessing a theft. And that seems to be a contradictory statement. So once we use the finite complements here, substitutions of the kind we made before do not seem to go through while preserving the truth value of the whole sentence. Okay. So what are we going to conclude from that? The question now is, what is it? What is it in the semantics and what is it in the syntax of logical form that guarantees the transparency of the sentential of the bare and infinitival complement in the first kind of perception reports? Okay, so we're asking ourselves, what is it that guarantees transparency here? What is it that in the semantics that what built-in feature in semantics forces us to accept these substitutions? And so here again, that's the classical Davidsonian answer. So that's very much in the spirit of Davidson here. So what we would say is that verbs like see can semantically select an event or situation argument. And I will not make a distinction now between talk about events and talk about situations. I'll say something about possible differences in these different kinds of talking about events or situations later. Okay. And bare infinitives, then, it seems that they can be interpreted as descriptions of events or situations. So that's the conclusion I'd like to draw there. And so we have a logical form of this kind. So we're qualifying over a situation. There is a situation S. Then we have a description of the situation, P of S. And in our case, the property of situations that we were talking about was Trudy stealing a book. And then what we're saying is that the librarian saw S. And so here, saw semantically selects just a situation and not a proposition, as it would do if you have a that complement. Okay? And so there you see that it should be. Now, it should not matter what kind of actually true description, of coextensive description, of extensionally equivalent description you give of that situation. Because here, nothing, in a way, this whole report doesn't say anything about a mental state of this librarian. There was just this relation between the librarian and the situation, and we characterize the situation. We pick some property that is actually true, and we can substitute now any other property with the same extension without changing the truth value of the whole report. So that's the story. Here are 3 references The first paper, maybe the earliest paper one, was written by John Bawise, and it was a paper that was meant to justify what later became known as situation semantics. There were two immediate reactions to that, one by Frank Vlach, and one by James Higginbotham, arguing, well, why do we need situation semantics for the semantics of perception reports? Couldn't just good old-fashioned Davidsonian event semantics do the same thing? And so we'll get into this topic, events versus situations, shortly. Okay, so events versus situations. What are situations and what are events? I will not have much to say about this. I'm not really very interested in this question. I'll give you a few options in a little while. Events and situations seem to be the same kind of things. There's similar traditions here. There's a whole tradition claiming that events are particulars, namely they are the kind of individuals that you and I are, or that kind of individuals that those tables are. If you have that view, you will be given a hard time usually about conditions of individuations, like you know roughly what a person is or what a table is. You know roughly what one person is, or two people, or three. You can count them very well. With events, it is not so straightforward. What is one event? What are two events? What is one event of lecturing here? What are two events of lecturing here? So individuation conditions are a little bit difficult with events. This is nothing new. If you think about places, their conditions of individuation are equally obscure. If I ask you how many places are there in Paris, then you sort of think I'm a little out of it. Okay. And so places are hard to count. And so if situations and events, if they're sort of similar kinds of things, we should not be surprised that they are hard to count as well. So that would not really bother me very much. So I take them to be particulars, but I will not make a big issue about this. Most of what I will have to say will go through, even if you think it is safer to construct situations and events out of pieces. For example, one popular view of constructing situations would be to take them as tuples consisting of a property, say, or a relation, an n-place relation, and n individuals that could stand in that relation. And so you would have, situation could be a thing like this. So there's an n-place relation, and then you have one, something like this. And so you have a mathematical construct here that stands in for situations. And we'll sort of talk a little bit about the consequences of one view versus the other. But as I said, it will just be a little bit. I'm not too interested in the question. Okay, so one thing we have, if we take events and situations to be particulars, is we have a natural contingent part-whole relationship here. So if you just take me, so here this is a person, a part of me is an arm, okay, or a finger, or a fingernail, a head, a nose, etc. So these are my parts. If you construe situations as mathematical objects, then here it's sort of pretty obvious what the parts should be here. So if the situation is a tuple consisting of this relation here and n individuals, say, then a natural way of construing the part relation would be, well, a part is this relation and a part is this individual. And that's, I think, the one area where one construal as opposed to the other will make a slight empirical difference, because there is there are different natural part relations that are involved, and so it all depends on where those parts, now where they come in the things you want to say with the help of events or situations. Okay. So we could have a suitable mereology. Mereology is whatever the has to do with Greek meros, which means part, and mereology tells us what the principles for talking about part relations are. And usually this is the kind of thing we want to say about parts. So if you have an individual A and the same individual A, so A, the sum of A and A is A. So if you have the sum of two identical individuals, you get that individual back. Then so you have commutativity. The sum of A and B is the same as the sum of B and A. Then you have associativity, here the third principle. Then you can define, once you have a sum operation, you can define the part whole relationship as follows. So if you take, well, A say is my arm, and B is me, the whole individual, then the sum of A and B is just B again, that's me. Okay, as simple as that. So these are few principles. Recommendation, if you want to read more on parts and wholes, Roberto Casati and Achille Varzi. Also, Friederike Moltmann has a whole book on parts that I should also recommend, even though I think you take the other view on situations, so they have more structure in your setup. Is that true?
No, events are absolutely, but it has a structured force from the outside.
Yeah, so you have a structured view of those entities, except in your most recent work, where you take tropes to be constituents of events. Is that right?
They are another category besides
Okay. Okay. And that's compatible with events being particulars.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, but that's philosophy, and we'll leave that aside for most of the time. Okay, so what I take to be the main historical difference, if you like, between event semantics and situation semantics is a difference between a basic mode of predication. And that is just, I think, a matter of historical accident. Is that right, François? Is that a way of characterizing it? Okay, so let me illustrate what is at stake here. So we have here an elementary predication. Rain, we have a predicate rain, followed here by an event variable. And the way this is usually understood is that E is an event of raining. So by convention, this predication, this statement of predication, is understood as E is an event of raining. Okay. So raining, the predicate, would apply to rain. Okay. It would not apply to situations that contain rain. For example, if it's raining in Paris, which it is not right now, fortunately, then the predicate here would apply to rain, but it wouldn't apply, say, to the world as a whole, just because it is raining in the world as a whole. Okay. So on this way of predication, the predicate rain is understood as a predicate of event, so E is an event of raining. So if we had a different predicate, say dance, then dance E would say E is an event of dancing. Okay. And that contrasts, again, this is purely, as I think, conventional move is, and I just use a different variable here. So if we have rain followed by S, the way this is usually understood in situation semantics is as is a situation in which it rains. And that's a very different story because you could have, I mean, as I said before, this is, it rains, and then if it rains in this situation, then it is true that it's true of every super situation that it is a situation in which it rains. Okay. So that is a basic difference in predication. And my assessment is that this is, for purely historical reasons, this is a main difference between those two approaches right from the start. And so let's see now what we want to do with those events and situations, and which mode of predication will give us the right mode of predication. What do we want? Which mode of predication do we want here? And so here we have one thing we want to do with situations and events is we do want to allow for the possibility that certain arguments of a verb, say an agent argument or an applicative argument, that they are not true arguments of their verbs. Okay. And so this is a view that's an old view, say Alec Morantz sort of argued in his dissertation that external arguments are not true arguments of the verbs. They come in, and they come in through a separate head that is nowadays often referred to as little v. Okay. So little v introduces an external argument, and so that means that the agent argument all by itself, it's not, in a semantic sense, it's not an argument of the verb. It is introduced by a separate predicate, as a preposition would introduce an argument, for example. The same is probably true of applicative. All applicative arguments, there's like Lina Pilkinen has argued that they are all introduced by separate heads. And if we want to use argument association, if we want to use events here for argument association, then we have to really sort of think very seriously which mode of predication is suitable for that. Okay. Some people are even more radical, like Hagit Borer, I understand. She would, she argued that every argument of a verb is introduced in what is now called a neo-Davidsonian way. That is, every argument of a verb is introduced by a separate head and not by the verb root all by itself. And so on Hagit Borer's view, for example, what you would have is you would have, now we have to have a different verb. Say we have devour, sort of an essentially transitive verb. You may have the root devour may refer to a kind of activity, maybe just a kind of activity, and then you have verbal inflection that gives you a verb meaning to begin with, maybe mapping kinds of events to properties events, so they give us a predicative denotation. Then in the next step, we would add the arguments. I think I have some doubts whether all kinds of internal arguments can be added via separate heads, but let's sort of set this issue aside. I just want to give you here an idea of what you may do with an event argument, and one of the things you may do is argument association. Okay. And so here we have a simple verb, and this is less controversial. The external argument we're assuming is introduced separately, and we would get statements of this kind. So E is a dancing event, and so we have here the event mode of predication. And what we want to say is that Mary is the agent of E. In the end, we would existentially qualify over the event argument here. Okay. Now, let's sort of see what we do with plural agents. That may be useful later to also think about agents do not have to be singular necessarily. So here we have a statement. Again, we're describing a dancing event, and in this case, we have a plural agent, the sum of John and Mary. So here, again, we may have existential qualification over the event argument, and the statement would then describe, would then say that there was an event, there's an event, that's a dancing event. The agents of this event are John and Mary, and so that kind of statement could describe events where John and Mary are each dancing, or where John and Mary are dancing together. Now let's sort of see what we would get with the situation mode of predication, and already anticipated the conclusion here. So here, just by convention, this statement now would be understood that S is a situation in which dancing is taking place. So the picture would be again here. Let's say this is the dancing, and every super situation, so S1 is a situation that contains dancing, and S2 is a situation that contains dancing. And so S1 would be a situation that satisfies this open statement here, assuming that we have an agent Mary here. You see already there's a little stumbling block because now we are saying S is a situation in which dancing is taking place. Now this predicate is usually, again by convention, it is understood as Mary is the agent in S. And now, of course, if we are making the situation too big, we may get into trouble with the uniqueness requirement that comes with the statement Mary is the agent. What about if there are several ones? Okay. So you could say, hi, well, if there are several ones, maybe the whole statement is undefined. And maybe we're okay with this. And so this is why I introduced plurals, to just really get us a problem here with that mode of predication. And so here, let's look at this statement. S is a situation in which dancing is taking place. And we're saying here that the agents of S, the agents in S are or is the plurality consisting of John and Mary. And now you probably can sort of see where we are getting into a problem. Okay? We're setting up a situation like this. So suppose that in a situation S, John is dancing and Mary is singing. So we have in a situation S, we have two activities going on. So here's a singing activity and a dancing activity. And we assume that John is doing the dancing and Mary is doing the singing. Okay? So we have two actions going on with different agents. And so in a situation like this statement would be true, because we are saying there is a situation. In that situation, dancing is going on, and it is going on. And in that situation, John and Mary are the agents. So we're assuming that the situation we're talking about, just two actions are going on. And so that means John and Mary are agents, or the agents even in S. Okay. And so the consequence now is that whatever we want to do with formalizations of this kind, they definitely do not give us the meaning of a sentence like this. So John and Mary are dancing the sentence is not true in the scenario I set up, because only John was dancing and Mary did the singing. Okay? And so in a situation like this, it's not true that John and Mary are dancing. But if we want to have logical forms of this kind, and we do want them, if we want to have neo-Davidsonian argument association, then I think we better stick to the event mode of predication. So that's the conclusion I want to draw. Okay. Because if we have, let's just go back, not just imagine that we have the event mode of predication here. What we're saying here is that E is a dancing event. So that means E is a situation in which nothing but dancing is going on. And then we're saying, well, John is the agent of that event. That seems right. Okay. Now, any questions so far? Yes?
I have one about so you said situations, events are particulars. So presumably if you were to do let's say the type theory corresponding to the syntax where you're dealing with small clauses and their infinitives, you would say, well, if I stick to classical type theory, E type of individuals is the type of my events. So it means eventually the type of your small clause would be E, and then you would need something to explain how that's what you're doing? Is this what you're doing?
Okay, so I'll come back to that later, but I want to just answer, at least give you something to go on. So at some point we have to, and we'll get, once we work ourselves up the tree and look at more complicated constructions, we'll look a little bit at tense or aspect. We will have to move away from this mode of predication, so we'll get there pretty soon. But now, at the moment, you just want to know, well, if they're particulars, what semantic type would we assign to them in our type theory? Would we introduce a separate type? Or would we just throw those events into our domain of individuals of type E? Proposal I'd like to make, well, we could throw it into E. The proposal I want to make is that we'll use the type that is usually reserved for worlds. Because once we move a little on beyond the simple predication stage, what we'll see is that situations will take the place, possible situations will take the place of possible worlds. And with worlds just being the limiting case. Okay. So that's the proposal. Throw them into the domain S, if you want to give it a name, and they're there with possible worlds. The debate as to what possible worlds are is pretty similar. If you sort of think about the history of possible world semantics, there are those like David Lewis who have claimed that possible worlds are particulars. So we have the actual world, that's just the kind of thing, the same kind, ontological is the same kind of thing as a chair. It's just bigger, it's very inclusive. It contains that chair as a part. Others have claimed that we can construct possible worlds in a similar way. So you have, in a way, you have the same ontological debates in that area too. I happen to be a Lewisian, if you like, so I'm assuming that possible worlds are particulars, and I'm assuming that situations are just parts of possible worlds, so they are particulars. But I do not want to make a big issue out of it, and I'll become personal a little later and at least give you some motivation for why I chose that option. But as I said, it doesn't make a lot of difference for the way you actually do semantics. And so this is why I'm really not putting this discussion at the forefront. It's a philosophical, foundational question. And I think taking events and situations and possible worlds as particulars, it makes your life easier. As a semanticist, you can concentrate on the empirical questions without carrying a lot of baggage. And so that's the quick answer. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes. Nathan, what are you doing here?
I was wondering, could you solve this problem by like stipulating in a way? I mean, that the quantifications over situations that are sufficiently small. So in this case, the situation of dancing on which no part is a dancing situation.
Yeah, great suggestion. That's exactly what we're going to do, and we will be forced to do it. Yeah. So, I mean, so far what we have is we have situations or events. I'm assuming it's the same ontologically, it's the same kind of thing. I introduced two ways of predication, and I've given you some reasons in favor of what I've called the event predication. Okay, and then so we'll take up Nathan's suggestion shortly. Okay, so far we need the conclusion is we need event predication for Davidsonian argument association. Does everybody feel comfortable with that conclusion? So did everybody see that conclusion? Okay. Now let's move on to two other semantic operations, namely conjunction and negation, and see what happens. Just a little flashback to perception reports. We have an argument that in those direct perception reports, the perception verb semantically selects a situation. Now, there's no problem with embedding a conjunction, a bare infinitival conjunction, under a verb like see. But if we understand this kind of predication here as event predication, we will now get into a problem with conjunction. If we assume a standard interpretation for conjunction, so what we have here is we're describing a property of events that is true of any event E if E is a dance by Mary, an event of dancing by Mary, and E is also an event of singing by John. And now we're in trouble because that can't be. No event can both be a dancing and a singing. Okay. Because that's just how events are individuated. Just like I cannot both be a person and a cat. Okay. It's just not possible. Or let's have something more extreme. I can't be a person and a table. Okay. And so the same is true here of those events. It seems that no event can both be an event of dancing, a dance, and an event of singing. Okay. And so now we have a little problem. So think.
This constraint is not something that you introduced before. This constraint that no event can be both dancing or singing is not something you introduced before.
Oh, I see. So I thought that was a fact about the world, right? So just like, I was appealing to common sense, that we sort of agree that I can't be both a cat and a person or a cat and a table. And so no event can be both a singing and a dancing, or take something more extreme. No event can both be a singing and a cooking. Okay. I mean, you can cook and sing at the same time. That's not the problem. Right? But there's no single event that is a singing and a cooking. These, I think, no, on everybody's conception, these are different.
In a very weird context, we might imagine.
Yeah. You may sort of stretch it, but at least that's not, I mean, if we say, I sang and danced, then I'm not claiming that there is like a very weird event that we can maybe come up with that has just like, I mean, of course, I mean, I'm not a cat, but maybe, I mean, there are weird people where you can say that they're both cats and people. They change every 5 minutes or something like that. Okay, but that's not what we want our normal statements to be about. So we do just want to say simple things like, I cooked and sang yesterday, and that's just what we want to say. Is basically what we want to say. We do want to have the situation mode here. What we want to say is that there was a situation yesterday in which I cooked and in which I sang. That's what we want to say. Okay. Yeah.
Is your point to say that there is no such thing as a complex event, or that this representation is not a good one for representing something like a conjunction of two events?
Yeah, the second one. The second one. Of course, we do want, and even our mereology, I mean, if we assume the mereology, then if we have a singing event and a dancing event, then the sum of those two events should be another event. Okay, so that's, I'm assuming that's fine, but it's not a singing event. That's not what we are committed, what we do want to be committed to.
What if the two predicates happen to have the same agent? Say, Mary is both singing and dancing. Say we are in a strange, well, not a strange, but a very common country, but foreign country, and there is some kind of activity where it is part of the dancing that the dancer is also singing. And that would be the same event of dancing and singing. And what would be the problem then with having a single event letter for both predicates?
I mean, this is a question that relates to the individuation of events now, where we say what is one event and what are two events. And so there, you know, when it comes to individuation, the people who construct events out of pieces, they're in a good position. I mean, this is what the constructivist position is made for, because they will never be put on the spot about how to count events. I will always be put on the spot on how to count events, and so I'll take it. Okay. And so, you know, sometimes, just like with individuals, you know, I mean, there may be individuals, I mean, like clouds, famous individuals, they have very strange, I mean, they're very fugitive, very fragile kinds of individuals, where you sometimes ask, is it one individual or is it two? And what I'm just saying is, okay, same with events, I take it, give me a hard time about what is one, what is two, I don't care. In a way, the prediction is that whenever you hit an area in semantics where the individuation matters, you can, in fact, use vagueness data to support your analysis, because the judgments, the vagueness or the fluctuation of the judgments should match the predicted vagueness that comes from the individuation. So in a way, vagueness is, I mean, we kind of, most of us are educated in a way that vagueness is something bad. But vagueness can be a wonderful diagnostic tool because it gives us correlations. So if you have a phenomenon where the individuation of events should really matter, then that's good, because you make a prediction about what people do with data of that kind. Sort of similar with the semantics of counterfactuals, where also, I mean, there's a lot of vagueness. Like if kangaroos, David Lewis's sentence, if kangaroos had no tails, they would topple over. On the analysis of the kind of analysis that David Lewis gave to the sentence is, well, sentence like this is true if in all those worlds in which kangaroos have no tails that are as similar to the actual world as having no tails for a kangaroo permits, in those worlds they topple over. And that's, of course, a very, very vague analysis. It makes some predictions. And, of course, here, again, I mean, the vagueness, it's something nice, because it tells you how you can manipulate people's judgments, what you have to do to confuse people, what you have to do to sharpen judgments. And so in this, you know, I mean, it's, in a way, that's my personal stand. I'm not a constructivist as far as events go, and because I'm not looking for a comfortable life. Anyway, so I'm give me a hard time about what is one event, what is two. I said, fine, you know. And in this case, sometimes there's vagueness, just like in the area of tables and other individuals, there's a lot of vagueness. Take it. And anyway, but I think we probably do agree. I think we do agree that at least, you know, we want a statement like Mary danced and sang, We want this to be true if she, say yesterday Mary danced and sang. She danced in the morning at 8 o'clock and she sang in the evening at 9 o'clock. That statement is true. So we have clearly two different events here, and we want a statement like this to be true. If we just have the event mode of predication and we have normal predicate conjunction, we are in trouble. We are in trouble because we are not saying that there was an event that was both a dance and a singing. So we're in trouble. Everybody agrees. I just want you to see that we're in trouble now. If that's not enough, I give you another piece of trouble. Okay, so we'll move on to the next trouble. That's negation. So if we have something like Mary did not sing, if we just take the property of events here that's true of any event, if it's a singing by Mary, we do normal negation in terms of complement formation, then what we get is a property of events that's true of any event if it is not a singing event. Okay? So now we have a property of events. It's true of any event if it's not a singing event. If we do our normal existential qualification here, what we would be saying is there was an event that was not a singing event by Mary. Okay? And that's a fairly trivial statement. If you think about, because just about any event has this property is not an event of singing by Mary. Like my talking here has this property. Your sitting here has this property. And your ruminating or thinking about something has this property. Okay, so normal negation seems to go wrong. Normal conjunction seems to go wrong. Actually, there is an area, if you sort of think about the lower regions of a tree, there is an area where we may want event, where we may want conjunction to have the tight properties that event predication gives us. Can you sort of think about an area where you join together verbs? And serial verb constructions have been argued to impose very tight constraints on what kind of verbs you can serialize. And so that is, in a way, that may give us a clue that maybe in the lower regions of a tree, you may have exactly that kind of predication. At least if you have that kind of predication, you expect very tight constraints on serialization of verbs in this case. The art now is to exactly predict what kind of possibilities you have. Because, you do have, I understand, Dominique, I'm sure you know a lot about verb serialization, no? Unfortunately not. But anybody here? Specialist? There must be specialist in serialization sitting in this room. There are certain there are certain connections that are possible, like resultative connections are certainly possible in a serial verb construction. And so you have to know the next project would be to think, can we predict exactly the serialization properties that we find? But that is, at least that's an area where this particular property of event predication has been exploited. But we are not going to do this here. So we are interested in normal conjunction, normal negation, and we have a problem now. Okay. So everybody sees that we have a problem. Friederike?
With the normal conjunctive clause here is always a property intersection because you say the American and German students. So American and German are these group formations.
Oh, you mean non-Boolean conjunction?
Yeah.
That's what you. Okay, so that is a possibility, and so what Friederike means is what you could, in the conjunction case, you could say, okay, we just have the wrong type of conjunction here. And when it comes to properties of events, then what and does is it gives us a property that is true of any event if that event is the sum of two events, where one is a dancing by Mary and the other one is a singing by Mary. Is that?
You have adjectives and nouns, so it's not if it's event, it's event.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So now the argument is, well, there are other areas in the semantics where you independently need that kind of conjunction. Namely, when we have, even like John and Mary, you have two proper names conjoined. Here we do not have any properties at all. And the usual way of dealing with those conjunctions is to have a different meaning for and in this case, and would mean sum formation, the sum operation. Then you can extend that to predicates. And so the idea would be that maybe in certain regions of the tree, you have a different kind of conjunctions, like non-Boolean, you have non-Boolean conjunction. Okay, if we do that, however, we lose the nice point about serial verb constructions. I mean, that's what we lose. Actually, Mark Baker, in one of his papers, I don't know, maybe somebody knows which paper it is, he sort of talks about different ways of serialization, and he has this non-Boolean conjunction as one possibility. I think it would be a little bit of a pity, because if we're letting this in, if we're letting this possibility in, we sort of lose the connection with serial verb, with the tight form of serial verb constructions. And the difference between serialization and conjunction will disappear. But it is something to think about. And the question that comes up then is, okay, if we have those two types of conjunctions, where do we use one or the other? I mean, we can just sort of rephrase the question we have. We sort of saw when it comes to argument association, we do want the event mode of predication. When it comes to real conjunction, Mary sang and Mary danced, do we want non-Boolean conjunction there too or not? If we have just, conjoining two that clauses, then certainly we cannot have non-Boolean conjunction. That's definitely the limit, okay? Because we can't, if we conjoining two properties of possible worlds, then non-Boolean conjunction will not do, okay?
That as prime, we need non-Boolean conjunction.
Well, but if you have, properties of possible worlds, that is, the maximal elements. If you have, suppose we had good reasons to assume that certain types of propositions are irreducibly properties of possible worlds, then we could not use non-Boolean conjunction because we do not consider the sums of possible worlds here.
CP conjunction, CP conjunction, you do need it. So that S and that S prime contradict each other.
You need Boolean conjunction.
Non-Boolean conjunction contradict each other. It's a good predicate.
If you have, well, that's sort of a different story, because in that case you're talking about individual correlates of propositions. Okay, but that's a different story. Yeah, that's a different story. Okay, let's go back. Where are we? Okay, let's sort of stay maybe in this setup. And sort of see, okay, we have an argument that we need the event mode of predication. If we just stay without inventing anything new, if we stay that way, we have to do something different with conjunction and negation. What that something different is still up for discussion. Okay, but we can't just continue in the same mode. Okay, is that? Okay, okay. Yeah. Yes?
What about activities like to kiss or to marry? There are always involved two agents.
Oh, if you have like John and Mary kissed? Yeah. So that's, I mean, that's a question of how you capture the relation between John kissed Mary and Mary kissed John, and John and Mary kissed. Yeah, I don't see a particular problem here for us. I mean, you have, John and Mary kissed, like John and Mary met. John and Mary weigh 100 pounds. I mean, these would be collective predicates. Yeah. Do they create a particular problem here, you think? Yes. Yes.
Whether it's a little complex events or not, because it seems complex in a way because it's involved two elements.
Yeah, but so I mean, in a way, any plural predication, whether it's collective or not, would do that. So even if you have, I mean, the example we had earlier, like John and Mary danced. We can interpret this as they danced with each other. And we can also interpret it as they each danced. And so in one case, we would have intuitively two events. And in the other case, we would have intuitively one event. And again, I mean, that relates to how we eventually build up the semantics of plural predicates and how we count events, where again, I sort of say, okay, I'm stepping back, I'm facing the question, but individuation of events, it's just as vague as it is. Yeah. I don't think it creates a particular problem here. It is again, I mean, like John and Mary danced or John and Mary kissed. Here we have conjunction of two proper names. And there, of course, we do have to have and is interpreted just as some formation. And so that there's no way around it. If you don't have any predicates, you can't really interpret it in any other way. Yeah, okay. Okay, the conclusion is, and that is compatible with what Friederike says, I think, is the conclusion is negation and Boolean conjunction do not operate over properties of events. Okay. And so I think you have two options here when it comes to conjunction. One is the option to have a different kind of conjunction, non-Boolean conjunction. You sort of lose an account for the constraints of at least certain types of serialization in that way by just letting in more operations. Again, so my natural inclination is to use the more restrictive option first and see just where it drives us and whether it drives us into some interesting direction. Maybe sort of come to think of it, if you let in non-Boolean conjunction, you have another operation. In a way, you're finished with your topic. If you say, okay, we have just this one type of conjunction, in this case, predicate conjunction, I mean, of course, with conjoined proper names, there's no way you could have this kind of conjunction here. But so my natural inclination usually is to start with the more restrictive option and see, let it push you somewhere and see where it takes us. And I think in this case it does take you into interesting areas, because you now would have to, in a way you would have to think about, just to take Luigi and Adriana's terms, you have to think about cartography now. So the idea now is that you have the lower regions of a tree where you talk about properties of events. You have event mode predication. And you have, if you build more structure, that's where you have conjunction. That's where you have negation. You seem to be forced to talk about situations in which events take place or do not take place. And so that means that you must have something in your tree that switches the viewpoint from talking about events that have particular properties to situations in which events that have particular properties are going on. Okay. So I think that's sort of the interesting switch that occurs here. That's why I think it may be interesting to start or to stick with the more restrictive option here. And I think the switch point is exactly what viewpoint aspect does. So let's see how that may work. So that's the conjecture is what happens in a tree is you have so far. Let's see what we have. So we have a VP. We have a VP. Then we have a little v. And at this point, we may have applicative heads somewhere here. At this point, we are building argument structure. We are building argument structure. Via event predication, we could have serialization down there. Now, on top of that, also, I mean, anything having to do with Aktionsart, like telicity, would still be down here, because here we are talking about event predication. And then we have the switch point, and that would be viewpoint aspect. Okay. So let's see how that would work. So here you have the same kind of tree. Here, this is my attempt. I know you don't use the passé sample these days, but for what I want to say, you kind of need it. So I hope it's grammatical, Jean mangea une pomme. And what that sentence seems to describe is situations in which a completed event of apple eating by Jean took place. Is that correct? Okay. If you still have intuitions about this ancient construction. Okay, so here you sort of see is if we sort of think in terms of the tree, Jean mangeait une pomme, we're describing events of apple eating by Jean. Viewpoint aspect comes along and directs our attention. Now we're looking at situations in which an event of apple eating by John took place. Okay, so that is the proposal, basically. Imperfective aspect, Jean mangeait une pomme, the relation is the other way around. So here we're describing situations that are temporally contained in an apple eating event by Jean. Okay. If you want a formula, here it is. Incidentally, if you have a laptop, I have a flash drive, so I can put the lecture right away on your laptop, and there could also be other ways of distributing these lectures. I think, Dominique, the École Normale, you put those on the website anyway, right? Yeah, so you'll get everything. These are the formulas. So now the proposal is that the geometry, the cartography of the lower ends of the tree would have to look as follows. So we would predict that if we have a good negation, if we have a real good negation, this negation would have to be placed above viewpoint aspect, and this, again, sort of coming back to Friederike's point, we would also say that really, if we have anything like true predicate conjunction, that should also come above that point. So whenever you have non-Boolean types of conjunction, this should be confined to lower regions of a tree. So that would be the prediction that comes out of it. We assume, again, these are just the formulas. If you're interested in them, we are assuming just classical standard negation and conjunction here. With negation, just coming back to the same sentence, Mary did not sing, what we want to say is, what that means is that there is no situation in which an event of singing by Mary took place. Okay. So one way of thinking, there's even, sometimes there may be a temptation to think maybe negation is an aspect all by itself. Maybe negation is just an aspect. It does seem to do pretty much the same thing as viewpoint aspect does. So in this case, it would not sit on top. It would be just one of the aspects. The reason why I'm thinking of this is, say, in languages like Finnish, if you have a negation, then the objective case is always partitive. It's always partitive. And that does suggest that there's some connection here that does not allow you to just freely combine aspects with negation. Similar story now, we have conjunction, Mary ate her steak and drank a glass of wine. And so what we would be saying here now is that there's a past situation that contained a completed event of Mary eating a steak and a completed event of Mary drinking a glass of wine. And that's what we want to say with that sentence. Going back to direct perception reports, we at this point, it sort of looks like that, in a way, Bauweiss was right. That we have here, we have the situation perspective. What we seem to be saying here is, I saw a situation in which John ate a steak and drank a glass of wine. So that's what it looks like right now, but we'll see some evidence that makes it clear that that's not a necessary conclusion at this point. Okay, and so preliminary conclusion here, infinitives in direct perception reports must be at least aspect phrases. So that's semantically, at least that much is necessary here. Now we have, and that's, I think, that's Nathan's point here, that we seem to have other areas in the language where we seem to have the ability to switch from a perspective where we are looking at what is going on in a situation, where we switch to a perspective where we again look at minimal situations in which something is going on. And so here is an example. You have every time I eat a steak and drink a glass of wine, I get sick. Or every time I eat a steak and do not drink a glass of wine, I get sick. Statements like that. Now, the situation to think about would be, say you have a week, so Monday. Let's take the first statement, the possible. So you drink and eat, okay? Then Tuesday, drink a glass of wine, eat your steak. Wednesday, same story. Well, maybe that's it. How often do I have to get sick here? I mean, so we have, say, all in all, 3 occasions where I drank a glass of wine and ate a steak. And when I say every time I drink a glass of wine and eat a steak, I get sick, I think there have to be 3 sicknesses, right? Is that correct? Okay. Okay, this may be correct, but it's not really what we predict at that point. So far, if you look at the sentence, I ate a steak and drank a glass of wine, then, well, we have a conjunction here. So that means we're talking about situations in which eating a steak and drinking a glass of wine took place. And now we're getting into trouble with counting. Because, I mean, whenever I have a situation here, so we have the glass of wine and the steak here, then every super situation is also a situation in which I ate a steak and drank a glass of wine, okay? And so if we have to count verifying situations here for statements like this one here, if we have to count the verifying situations, we seem to have too many right now, okay? So we have too many. And it seems what we do want to count again here is events of my eating a steak and drinking a glass of wine. Okay, all of a sudden, we seem to go back to a mode where we are looking at minimal situations, so to speak, in which I drink a glass of wine and eat a steak. Okay. But we have, of course, the way I constructed the sentence is we have a conjunction here, and I sort of argued before, once we have a conjunction, we are applying a viewpoint aspect where we are looking at situations in which those events are taking place, but here all of a sudden we have this minimal perspective again. And so there must be a conclusion here is that there must be some procedure so that the semantics employs that allows us to go back from the situation perspective to the event perspective again. And there are various proposals here in the literature on that. Stephen Berman, an early proposal in his dissertation, Sandro Zucchi, Paul Portner, von Fintel. Von Fintel has a lovely discussion of this issue in lecture notes that you can find on his website. So just go to Kai von Fintel's website. There are notes on how to count situations, and they give you all the dope on this topic. Okay, so one possibility that we could consider, yes, Nathan.
So just to be clear, I mean, the problem, so in the example you gave, I mean, the sentence would correctly come out true, even though we have too many situations. So the problem would be in case, say, mistake and got sick on Monday and Tuesday. You want it to come out.
That is true. Yeah, thank you. That's quite right. Yeah, and also, I mean, if you have, like, if you really count, you know, twice or 3 times. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, or most of, maybe just if you have like often or most of the times when I drank a glass of wine and ate a steak, I got sick. Yeah, so that would do it, because then really with very little consumption, you could accumulate a lot of situations. Okay, so one possibility would be to just say, okay, we have a way of talking about minimal situations in which a proposition is true. And this is indeed something that has been proposed, but will not work. Okay. And so here's why. Here's an example, and that's that also takes care of Nathan's point. If you have church bells rang on 5 occasions, and so maybe we should have a picture here. make that a smaller number because the blackboard space is small. So like 3 occasions. Something like that. So the church bells, well, they ring for an extended interval of times, I suppose. And saying church bells rang on 5 occasions. So that does not mean that there are 5 minimal situations in which the church bells rang. Okay, that's not what it means. You may, again, I mean, if you're a skeptic, you may wonder, well, are there any minimal situations in which the church bells rang? I'm not worried about it. Assume, if you like, make them, just introduce some arbitrary cutoff point. But even if we're not worried about whether there are minimal situations in which the church bells rang, we don't want to count minimal situations in which church bells rang. Say, I mean, if they ring for 10 minutes and say we have our cut-off point 1 minute church bell ringing, then here we get, so everyone is, we get 30 times. I mean, it should be true that the church bells rang on 30 occasions. They ring each time 10 minutes. We make our cutoff point at 1 minute. Then 3 times 10, if I'm correct, that's 30. Okay, so it should be true that the church bells rang on 30 occasions. That's not what we count. So we do not seem to count minimal situations here. So that's not going to work.
The way you were suggested by saying that the situation contained and completed, again, something like this is the way we describe the situation that we okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I chose an atylic predicate to illustrate the point, and so there, I mean, in a way, what we are doing here is we are, So you could say, okay, we are just reducing this again to the individuation of events. Here, for some reason that doesn't have to interest us here, we could say, well, one church ringing event is one church bell ringing event is just one that lasts 10 minutes here. Yeah. So you could, I mean, you could at this point, yeah. I mean, if you did that, it seems a little hard to really come up with a construction that could map properties of situations in which those events take place to the corresponding events, because it seems how would you express that? I think it would be a little bit difficult. Yeah. I see. So in French, if you translate it, So if you translated the expression into French, then you would you could use a passé simple here. Yeah. Oh, okay. You could, and then then this illustration would just not be a good illustration. Okay. Yeah. So if you okay. So you could argue that. Maybe, languages like English that just don't make these fine distinctions. And, okay. So,
what would be a clear illustration for which that's
so do you have to use the passé simple every time you count? Or could you, have, that's what we're looking for, say, an imparfait, le 5 fois. Yeah.
It's a very special meaning, so it's not clear exactly what
so that's what we were looking for. Or even, if you take something like, I was in Paris. Last year, I was in Paris 5 times. Would you use the passé simple here, even in that case?
We can say both, but again, when we use the imparfait, there's very special meaning, I think.
What is the meaning? What is it?
It's as if there was a sort of state of being in Paris that sort of continued despite interactions or something. That's my
Oh,
feeling.
okay, but that's in a way.
So it's a sort of
Yeah.
as if you go through the whole sequence of events as a state or
But that would be, I mean, as long as you can still count the stays as separate. I think that.
But that's not what you do. A parfait doesn't mark the fact that you're talking about states. So it's rather implies that you're considering the sequence of events that themselves can be completely event. Themselves are construed as a sort of a continuous state, which is something different.
Yeah. I mean, the question is, where are, in a way, the question is, where are you in the tree when you have the adverbs of quantity there? So what are we? I mean, that's in a way what we are asking is, at what point do we process this adverb? And so in this argument, I mean, if it could be maintained, I mean, that's sort of an interesting point. If it could be maintained that maybe you always have viewpoint aspect here, and whenever you count, you always have perfective aspect, then in a way the semantics of aspect all by itself would give you the entities to count, and that would be nice, I think. So that would be nice if that could be maintained. I've been assuming maybe this is sort of a Worfian, whatever, speaking a language natively that has always trouble with viewpoint aspect. I was assuming that you did not have help with perfective aspect here, and so would have a problem, because if you're counting minimal situations, in which the church bells rang in our example, and you have a cutoff point, so 1 minute ringing is sort of our cutoff point for minimality, then you would get 30 different situations. Okay, so that was what I was assuming, but if Francois is right, then our life will be much easier. Maybe we should make our life much easier, because the time is progressing, and I think we only have 5 minutes, and so that means we could skip a rather laborious part. And okay, so we have Francois' conjecture is the minute we Francois' conjecture is whenever we attach an adverb of quantity here, this has to be above viewpoint aspect. Now, what the cartography people, is that compatible with? You don't deal with the lower regions, you only deal with the higher regions. Okay, so that, I mean, now we would have to really get very, very serious about attachment points, because that would be the prediction. But it's an interesting prediction. So let's just go for it in the. So here I have this is something that can be done fast. We already talked about the issues. Basically, if you want to fuss about foundations, if you're bothered by embarrassing questions about individuation, you can construct your situations and events. I'm taking the dangerous route here. If you think situations are modeled as abstract mathematical objects, you don't have to worry, you can sleep well. But you're slapping around a lot of structure. I mean, that is my discomfort with the view. You're slapping around a lot. You're slapping around a lot of structure that you will never need. On the other hand, if you take situations to be particulars, you're in a constant state of uproar. You're always in a defensive position. individuation conditions, always unclear. The one objection I have against abstract situations would be that they do not seem to be able to model what I take to be the most important property of situations, namely part-whole relationships. I mean, that's when you, for example, when you give the semantics of viewpoint aspect, you're talking about one situation being part of another. And so it's those mereological relations that seem to play a very important role in natural language semantics. And if you take the mathematical construction route, in a way you are committed to take the parts of the construction to be the, I mean, if that's what the situation is, then these would be the parts. I mean, it would be natural to take those as parts. But these are not necessarily the parts we are talking about when we use situation and events in semantics. And so here's an example. Paula painted the still life. Paula painted those apples and bananas. And so these seem to be events that, if they're not identical, they stand in a part-whole relationship to each other. But they do stand in a part-whole relationship to each other in a way that is not modeled or cannot be modeled by any construction of this kind, because here you have maybe the relation, this is painting, and then you have very different objects. You have whatever, the still life. Let's suppose that the still life does not just consist of apples and bananas, but it has nuts and whatever flowers also in it. And so you have here a constituent that would be the still life, and in the other case you have a constituent that is the sum of the painted apples and bananas. And I think the constructivist view would not give you, in this case, the part-whole relationship that you want. Okay, so that is. So if part-whole relationships between situations play an important part in natural language semantics, shouldn't those relationships be literally deducible from the abstract objects you posit to model situations? So that is my objection, and you could reply, and I think that's what happened in situation semantics of Barway's and Perry's style. You could say, well, maybe these part-whole relationships that you're talking about, maybe these are really just spatiotemporal relationships, and so you put a spatiotemporal location in your construction, and the part-whole relationships are modeled in this way. So you could do it, and my reply, and again, that is a personal response to this, is that, well, maybe if you're really worried about talking about events and situations at all, you could talk about spatiotemporal relations, spatiotemporal locations, and could say, okay, this works for most of the theory, and there are certain border cases where you need a more fine-grained setup, and they may not even be the most interesting ones. And so just stick with the simpler construction. That's where most of the generalizations involved are located. And again, don't worry too much about the philosophical underpinnings. And so it's similar with propositions. Modeling propositions as sets of possible worlds is known to individuate propositions too crudely. But in most areas, it doesn't matter. I mean, most of the semantics that we do can be done with just ordinary propositions. And so let's not lose sleep over it. So it would be, that would be my response to it. Okay, so you have extra structure. The extra structure has almost no bite in real life, and so don't worry about it. And I think I'll finish here because you want to get your lunch. You don't want me to to talk too long. A semantics based on situations or events by showing you how events and situation come in when we compute the denotations of various regions of an extended verbal projection. So we started with the lowest region, the region where argument structure is built. And at that point, what we seemed to need was what I called the event mode of predication. Then there was a major juncture somewhere in the tree where I hypothesized that that's where viewpoint aspect comes in. And what viewpoint aspect does is it shifts the perspective from describing events to describing situations in which events take place, or that was the case for perfective aspect. Then the next step was we were talking about quantification over events or situations. Say when we talk about an event like the church bells rang on 5 occasions. So we're talking about what we are counting there. And so we seem to need a way of talking about minimal situations in which certain propositions are true. And we started talking about what the right notion of minimality was. I was about to give you a rather complicated construction when François made the proposal that just observing what seems to be happening in French, that as soon as you count situations, you seem to have to use perfective aspect. And if that holds true generally, then that would give us a nice way of talking about minimal situations. What I did not talk about yesterday, what was still in the program, but that would fit just as well with the program today, was how situations are represented in grammar, where they come in. And so I'll get to that today, so it doesn't matter at which point we talk about this. So today and tomorrow, what I'm going to do is something like I give you 2 pieces of a reductionist argument. Today I'll talk about implicit qualifier restrictions. This is a hot topic these days because it is believed that we can learn something there for how context affects the content of what we say. And the positions here, or the currently most prominent position, is that qualifiers, in one way or other, they come with a special variable. And this is a variable ranging over properties of individuals. And qualifier domain restrictions make the entry into the content of what we say via this variable. I'll argue against this view, at least I'll try to argue against this view. And so the first argument will be, look, if we do need situations independently, and so I've tried to motivate that yesterday, if we have those situations in the grammar, then they take out a big chunk of whatever motivation there was to posit a domain restriction variable, a specialized domain restriction variable. And so these reductionist arguments, they usually work, they don't work in a way that you say, okay, if you have a domain restriction variable, you can account for cases 1 to 100, and now there's a different device that can do a lot of the work that was originally thought to be the work of this domain restriction variable. And of course, this new device will not account for precisely the same cases. I sort of remember Edwin Williams in some point in the 80s. He gave a talk, and there's also a related LI paper now called The Reassignment of the Functions of Logical Form. And the way he started out his talk was sort of, he just gave like a picture like this. And so these are all the particular functions that at the time were assumed to be the functions of logical form. And so the reassignment then works. Okay, so we have one device that maybe cuts out a big chunk and assumes the functions of many jobs that LFs were believed to have. And then there are lots of residue cases, and so you have to sort of think what you will do with those. And so my argument will be very similar in that I'll argue that once we have those situations that we need anyway, a large chunk of the usual jobs of domain restriction variables can be taken over. You get, these jobs are basically, you get them done for free. And then of course there are these residues, and you have to think about how we get those residues, what we're going to say about them. Some of them, I think, I would say maybe they're not very interesting. They're just sort of due to the fact, okay, we do understand communicative intentions and can do a certain amount of guesswork. We never lose that ability. And another chunk is taken care of, I think, by mechanisms like presupposition projection, for example, or whatever we do with focus. And so that will be the general structure of the argument. Okay, so let's look at here. There's some sources that I recommend. Orin Perkis, he taught at last year's EGG in Cluj. Is that how you pronounce it? Cluj? Cluj? Okay, at Cluj. And these lectures are on domain restrictions, so that's a very good source. They're available online, either LingBuzz or the Semantics Archive. Another source also available online via Kai von Fintel's web blog are comments by Sally McConnell-Ginet on a talk on the very same topic I gave at this year's LSA. Okay, and so some of what I'm saying responds to both of those comments. Okay, so here is the phenomenon. So I may say something like everybody is frowning, and somebody replies, well, that's not true. My mother in Mindelheim is not frowning. And then A says, well, I was only talking about everybody in this room, of course. Okay. So that's, in a way, it's not a very reasonable response that B is giving here. When I say right now everybody is frowning, then I'm talking about a domain of individuals that does not reasonably include my mother. Even a better example would be, and that's one that Sally McConnell-Ginet brought up, I'm holding up a picture of my first grade class and say, well, everybody is frowning. The intention is, of course, that what I mean is that everybody in the picture is frowning. And so there we again have an example of an implicit domain restriction. And our question today is what is the nature of those restrictions? How do those restrictions enter the content of what people say? Just another example, Kees van Deemter had that example. My desk is a mess. Many papers are covered with cigar ash. And here, the papers you're talking about are understood to be the papers on the desk. Another example, a little bit more complicated. This is one of those examples that Jason Stanley, who has been quite active in this area, and Zoltan Sabo have in their paper. If there had been a few more bottles on the shelf, John would not have purchased every bottle. And here we understand every bottle, not as every bottle in the whole world, but every bottle on the shelf. More interesting examples have to do, I mean, in those cases you may say, okay, you know, we somehow figure out what people are talking about. More interesting cases have to do with cases where bound variables are involved, and this is one of many examples that you find in the literature. So only one class was so bad that no student passed the exam. And so here when we talk about no student, then there is a hidden bound variable here. We understand this sentence is saying only one class was so bad that no student in that class, and that is a bound variable now, passed the exam. And so that suggests that there are some variables responsible for those implicit qualifier restrictions somewhere. So the bound variable examples are the most important ones here, the examples that really point to an important fact. So, conclusion, the binding effect suggests that variables are involved in some way or other in implicit qualifier restrictions. And now we have to sort of think about what kind of variables. And so here are a few choices. Variables ranging over properties of individuals, and so that's in a way the dominant view currently, is that you do have those specialized variables. The alternative that I'm trying to argue for is variables ranging over situations or spatiotemporal locations, and the main argument in favor then will be that we need those situations anyway, so that's in a way the cost-free options. Or maybe, there are some other kinds of variables. Okay, so I'll explore the property option first, and please just interrupt whenever you feel you want to. And again, if you want to talk in French, that is fine. I'll probably reply in English, but I think I understand. I will understand what you say. Okay, so I'll explore the property option. And so here is what we would do on the domain restriction variable analysis. So we have same sentence, everybody is frowning, and we have a subscripted variable there. So there is a syntactically represented variable. The variable is meant to range over properties of individuals. So that's what it would have to do. So it's a variable that ranges over higher order entities. And what went wrong in the little dialogue we had at the beginning is that what B did is B filled in an obviously unintended value for the domain restriction variable. Here, just a little bit of literature and possible way of executing the idea. The idea goes back to Westerstahl, I believe, was then taken up by Kai von Fintel in his dissertation. There's a very recent UConn dissertation also available online by Louisa Marti. So the idea here is that qualifiers come with unpronounced domain restriction variables that range over properties of individuals. The important part of this proposal is that the variable comes with the qualifier. So that's how I represented it earlier. So there is a qualifier every or most, and the variable comes with it. Here is what the possible meaning could be. Basically, we take the usual denotation of every. Every denotes a generalized qualifier. And then we allow for an extra restriction. We allow for an extra restriction, which comes in here. In order to take care of the bound variable cases, this very simple execution will not do, and so that was realized right away. So we need maybe a little bit a more complicated object here, not just a domain restriction variable, but this domain restriction variable must have something like an argument itself that could be a bound variable bound by some other expression in the sentence. So we have every girl finished every task she was supposed to do. So here, if we have a domain restriction variable, it should maybe have another argument like x, c of x, and this x could then be bound by a higher operator. So that would be the adjustment to the bound variable case. So we have something like a little bit of an odd beast here, if you think about it. So you have one variable, it has an argument, another variable. The So, but let's maybe not so much concentrate on the oddness of the creature, but think about where the variable should be, whether the proposal that the variable has to come in with qualifiers, whether that's a good proposal. Okay, so the interesting thing is that we find evidence we find evidence for both positions, and that's an interesting fact. Okay. So, in contrast to the original proposal by Westerstahl and von Fintel, Stanley and Szabo, and then Stanley himself, they argue that the variable should not come in with the qualifier. It should come in within the nominal projection. And one of maybe the most convincing piece of evidence in favor of that view are superlatives, where we have sort of Vanessa climbed the highest mountain. And so here on the Stanley and Szabo proposal, the domain restriction would come in here with the noun mountain and say, in this particular context, we want to talk about the highest mountain in New Hampshire. Now you sort of see that the information that we are talking about, mountains in New Hampshire, has to come in before we process the superlative morphology here. Because it is, I mean, we are picking the highest mountain out of a set that is restricted already to mountains in New Hampshire. If the variable was here, as proposed by Westerstahl and von Fintel, then the superlative morpheme could not operate over the restricted domain, and that doesn't seem to give us the right result. Okay. So that is one argument in favor of the position of this variable close to the noun. Interestingly, though, there's also evidence that the domain restriction should come in a different place. And one reason was given by Louisa Marti. And so what she asked herself is, well, if determiner qualifiers are implicitly restricted via variables that come with their common nouns, where do implicit restrictions for adverbial qualifiers come from? So I may say something like this concert was performed exactly twice, and I may talk about Paris. And so there we do not have a common noun that restricts the qualifier, and so in that case we cannot possibly assume that the qualifier restriction comes in through the noun. And so it would have to come in maybe with the adverb of qualification itself. Another interesting example is Brainey's example. Suppose we are talking about philosophers in the States, in America, and somebody says, well, every fake philosopher is from Idaho. And so the intention is that we're talking about Americans here. The restriction is to Americans. And here, of course, in that case, we also wouldn't want for the restriction to come in at this point, because what we would be saying then is that every fake American philosopher is from Idaho. And that's not what we mean when we talk about American philosophers and say every fake philosopher is from Idaho. We're not saying that every fake American philosopher is from Idaho. Because in that case, just take a genuine European philosopher who pretends to be American, so that would be a fake American philosopher. Okay, so that is a reason now that after all, maybe the restriction should come in with the determiner. It should come in at this point. And so we have, in a way, we have genuine conflicting evidence now as to the position of this domain restriction variable. We have some good arguments, and the best arguments was the argument from superlatives that it should come in with the noun, but then we also have counter evidence. And so this is one example here. The restriction should come in maybe here after all. And also the adverb of qualification case seemed to point into a direction where the restriction comes in with the qualifier. So this is a problem in a way. So assuming the argument goes, assume that there is such a thing as a domain restriction variable, we can't seem to find a place for it. We get conflicting evidence as to where it should be. Okay, so we can't seem to find the right place for the variable. We also have, I think, an unanswered syntactic question. We sort of may wonder, are there natural languages with overt domain restriction variables? If not, what is that forces those domain restriction variables to be covert? I mean, what is really the status of this unpronounced element? It doesn't seem to fall into any of the known categories of silent pronouns. And so if that variable exists, we may wonder whether, why it should be silent and whether there are languages where it is not silent. Now, looking at the semantics now, what we would have to assume is if we have these variables ranging over properties, that contexts can provide those properties in a reasonable way. And so I have some doubts there too. Just reminding ourselves what we would be saying about this case, if I say everybody is frowning, meaning everybody in this room is frowning, or everybody is thinking, ruminating, listening. So why is my utterance most readily understood as talking about everybody in this room? So there must be some salient property that jumps out that people seem to be able to fill in as the value for this variable. And so here, the question is, well, what about, say, half of the people in the room just painted their faces red, so made them very salient, or just wore masks, or wore hats, or just pick some property that makes half of the people here salient, as opposed to the other. And now I'm saying everybody is smiling, and it's still, I mean, even if there is this very, very salient property, what I said is still likely to be false. I mean, the other half was without hats, or without masks, or without painted faces. I think they would rightly complain and said, no, we were frowning. We were not happy at all with what you were saying. And so that's a first qualm I have, is that if we do have those variables that range over properties, then we have to assume that the context somehow has to make those properties salient. And if we provide a very salient property, these variables, they should pick it up as its value, but they seem to be very, very sluggish in picking up values. And so that is a worry. And so even very salient properties of individuals are not readily picked up as values for domain restriction variables. And worse things to come. Okay, so here is another dialogue. So A says, Lisa is a phonologist. I think that most linguists would agree with what she said. And then B said, I don't think any syntactician or semanticist would. And that seems to be a very reasonable objection. And then A says, well, I was only talking about phonologists, of course. And that doesn't seem to go through very easily. I think that reply, it's not a readily acceptable reply. And but if there is such a thing as a C variable, there's no reason really why this shouldn't be a reasonable reply, because the property of being a phonologist was made very salient. It's very close by. It has all the right properties, and so why is it? What is it really that prevents that C variable from picking up the property of being a phonologist?
In this example, there might be sort of pragmatic explanation of why.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be the right explanation, but anyway, that's probably specific to this example. So.
Yeah. So why? Because in a way,
there's been the choice of this term linguist, while phonologists had been used before.
Yeah.
And it seems that the fact of choosing linguists rather than repeating phonologists would have to be motivated. And if linguists was understood as phonologists, there would be simply no motivation for having used this term here.
So we would have to find an example where, yeah.
If what the speaker wanted to say was that most phonologists would agree with what she said, the simpler way of putting it would have been to say, I think that most phonologists of the other would agree with what she said. Okay.
Still, I mean, the question is, I mean, whether we would expect that pragmatic force to be strong enough to override, in a way, the willingness you know, I mean, then we would say, well, we could grant you that. I mean, usually we try to accommodate our communication partner's intentions. And here, even, you know, I mean, even when A says, okay, I was only talking about those phonologists, we say, no, that doesn't go through. And I think if it was a purely pragmatic explanation of that kind, we would say, oh, okay, fine, or something. So it's, yeah. Okay, so here, maybe it is not too hard to explain, but here phonologist is of the right semantic type. It is the closest possible antecedent, is salient, pragmatically very plausible. Maybe that's the point that François has some qualms about, whether it is pragmatically too plausible. Yet it's not a possible antecedent for C. Okay, so it's just one example here. Interesting. What is interesting, and that also, I think, casts some doubt on the purely pragmatic explanation, is if you have an overt anaphor, then there's no problem here. At least as a phonologist, I think that most such linguists would agree with what she said. And so here there's no problem to pick up the property of being a phonologist, and B has no point here. I don't think any syntactician or semanticist would. So here, I mean, there is, I mean, that just piles up more difficulties for the domain restriction view, is that, you know, if there's a silent variable that is sluggish to pick up properties in every way, then there is an overt variable that seems to be quite comfortable with can easily pick up properties. What is it that accounts for the difference between the silent version of the variable and the overt version of the variable? Did Dominique, you had?
I was wondering why you thought that it undermined a pragmatic approach if you had an explicit anaphor.
Also because here, yeah, yeah. Okay. So let's maybe go through this. What François said was that it was maybe inappropriate to mention. It was inappropriate to mention the noun linguist after phonology, because phonologist was explicitly mentioned. Okay. Now, if the covert domain restriction variable story is correct, then in a way, having C does the very same thing as having such. It's just a non-overt version of the same variable. And so the question is, why is it? You know, there's nothing pragmatically inappropriate here. And so the reason is, of course, that if you have this domain restriction variable just like such, you're already cutting down the common noun set. It is already a way of cutting down a common noun set. And, you know, if you have the variable, why should there be a difference between an unpronounced one and a pronounced one? And so there's nothing, in a way, there's nothing pragmatically inappropriate with the overt one. And so why should there be anything pragmatically problematic with the covert one? Well, that's sort of the question I'm asking myself.
You say, you know, that the fact that the speaker used linguist instead of phonologist without the such is now interpreted by hearers as by default as meaning that, well, we're not talking about phonologists now. You know? Whereas when you add the such, there is an explicit mark that that's who we need.
Yeah.
So.
But it is still, you know, in a way, I mean, if you really take this domain restriction variable story seriously, I mean, we're not really just saying we are talking about linguists. You always, and I mean, that's sort of part of the story, you always have this variable there. So you always have an anaphor. And that is, in a way, even the pragmatic story has to be construed a little bit differently. And that's, in fact, that's part of the problem of the story, is that, you know, you can't just say, okay, if I just say linguist, I don't have the verb. You always have it. And so you always have an anaphor. And so in that sense, I think it's not so easy to tell a pragmatic story if the overt version is just fine. Yeah.
I guess one question for this is whether one could motivate a pragmatic difference between overt and covert variables. Now, if you look at, you know, the domain of pronouns and predicates, in general, people do distinguish between, say, you know, small pro in Italian and the strong versions of pronouns, so that it's not inconceivable that one could actually get a pragmatic difference in this case. Of course, I don't know what the
So it's not inconceivable, but so now we would have to look at what kind of differences are otherwise marked by the difference between a silent pronoun and an overt pronoun. Say, if you have a bound variable interpretation, for example, then the silent version should be preferred as opposed to the overt version. Yeah, so that's probably, that would have to be explored now, whether in those cases, okay, we have a competition between an overt version and a silent version, and is this competition, does it, or is the behavior of those two types of pronouns, is that something we know from other such contrasts? Yeah. Okay, so here, another mystery. Look at maybe sentence 2 first. So we have a man visited who had climbed Monte Disgrazia. A woman visited too. So here, the way I understand the sentence is that there's no particular pressure to understand a woman as a woman who climbed Monte Disgrazia. Okay, so we have a man visited who climbed Monte Disgrazia and a woman visited too. So there's no particularly strong pressure to understand a woman as a woman who climbed Monte Disgrazia. And just one is here is provided as a contrast where you have a VP deletion, a VP ellipsis case, where you have a man visited who had climbed Monte Disgrazia and a woman did too. And so here I think there is some pressure to construe a woman here as a woman who had climbed Monte Disgrazia. Is that something the data people agree? Subtle. No violent protests. Okay. So that is another, I mean, I'm sort of adding this as another puzzle. If there was this domain restriction variable, the C variable, why is it so sluggish to pick up a restriction here? And in contrast, of course, so the contrast case, why is it easy to understand a woman here with the implicit restriction? So what's the difference that VP deletion has or VP ellipsis has that the C variable is not responsive to? Okay, so interim summary. So here at this point we just have questions, and so there is the first question is the conflicting evidence. So we can't seem to find a place for the variable. So if it exists, the variable doesn't have a place. Since the variable must have a place, it doesn't exist. So it's that kind of argument that the conflicting evidence may show us something about the existence of that variable to begin with. Then the other problems were, why should domain variables have to be covert in every natural language? And so what is the distribution of overt and covert property anaphora? And the third property, the third problem is, why are domain variables so sluggish in picking up most kinds of contextually provided properties of individuals? Why are they so picky? Why are they so slow? Or what are the properties in terms of picking up contextually salient information? Okay, and so I mean, already announced what I'd like to explore here is I'm sort of wondering if there are independently needed devices that might covertly restrict quantification domains for both nominal and verbal quantification. And you already know the answer I'd like to explore. So there are situations. And so the proposal is that these situations, they can just cut out a large chunk of the data that the domain restriction variable was meant to cover. Lots of literature here, basically going back to Barwise and Perry's situations and attitude, then Barwise and Etchemendy, my counterfactual paper. Heim, this is a paper about E-type pronouns in linguistics and philosophy. Poesio, sort of computational psycholinguistic work. Then Cooper in the Barwise and Perry tradition, Recanati, and then Elburn, his latest book, is again about E-type pronouns. Okay. Okay, so how could situations come in here now? So we have everybody is frowning, and why is it that my utterance is most readily understood as talking about everybody in this room here? Is, well, my utterance, the Austinian answer would be my utterance was about this situation here. And so the idea is that utterance are typically about situations. So in one way of thinking about this would be to say, well, an Austinian assertion is a pair consisting of a situation, the assertion is about that situation, and there's a description of a situation which would be a proposition, a set of possible situations. Okay, so that's the Austinian answer would be my utterance is about a particular actual situation, and this situation is a mere part of the actual world. And then what I'm claiming is that everybody in the situation we're talking about, we can call this the topic or race situation, is frowning. And so that is basically the line taken in Barwise and Etchemendy and Recanati's work. Is this a correct? Okay. Taking these Austinian propositions to be pairs is, of course, also very important once you embed propositions. And that will be a topic that is relevant in my fourth lecture on Tuesday. So we'll exploit that part. Okay. So here is a famous example by Barwise and Etchemendy, and also quoted in François' book. We have Claire's playing 2 card games simultaneously. I look over at one and I say, Claire has a good hand. If Claire has a good hand in the other game, but not in the one I'm looking at, I said something false. So it matters what situation you're making a claim about for the truth of the claim you are making. It seems kind of obvious, but it is also quite surprising that it's not really part of mainstream thinking about assertions, I think. Is that correct? Something? Yeah. Because now if it's presented like that, said, oh, that is obvious, but there is in a way, a consequence of that assertions have to be construed a little differently. Okay, so here just let's go back and look at some of the examples we discussed earlier. So we have this concert was performed exactly twice, and we could understand this now as a claim about Paris or Australia or whatever. And so there is, once we have the topic situation, once we have a situation that the claim is about, there is an implicit qualifier restriction that comes with it already. Because now we are not saying that this concert was performed exactly twice in the whole world, but we are talking about just a mere part of the whole world, and that implicitly gives us a restriction for the domain of quantification. Okay, so that's the idea. Here, a similar story. Here, with we just understand that statement, and that was the context that I set up, and the context intended by Brainy here. So every fake philosopher is from Idaho. Here we are making a claim about America. We're not making a claim about the whole world. We're making a claim about America. And so similar story, even though this would have to be elaborated within a theory of counterfactuals. This is the Stanley and Sabo example. If there had been a few more bottles on the shelf, John would not have purchased every book. And so even a counterfactual assertion could be understood as a claim about a particular part of the actual world, namely in this case, about a shelf. If you're interested in how this fits with an analysis of counterfactuals, I sort of recommend Anna Regi's dissertation. It's a recent UMass dissertation. And what she argues is that quite generally, counterfactuals are de re about a past part of the actual world. And so this situation that a counterfactual is about plays an important role in the semantics of counterfactuals themselves. And so that's basically her point. Okay, so the expectation then is, unless there's true ellipses, salient subsituations and not salient properties should guide the availability of covert qualifier domain restrictions. And so the idea is that the kind of information that comes in through the context is information about the topic situation, about the situation you're talking about, so a different kind of entity, rather than information that consists in properties of individuals. And so that should be sort of psychologically an interesting claim, is maybe properties, even salient properties, are not readily picked up as values for variables as long as they are covert, but it seems that information about salient situations, maybe spatio-temporal locations, seems to be much more readily picked up. At least that's the consequence of the proposal. Okay. So where do we get our clues about the topic situation? Where do we get our clues about what situation we are talking about? Well, tense seems to play a role here. So the present tense seems to tell us, for example, that the topic situation is a current situation, so tense information seems to be relevant. And if there isn't any other topical current situation, there's always the default, the utterance situation here. It seems to be always a fallback. So here, just looking back at this example, what we have here, a man visited who had climbed Monte Disgrazia, a woman visited too. And so here we understand this, according to the proposal, as a claim about a particular past situation, a topic or reference situation. And we understand the sentence as describing two visits that took place there, one visit by a man and the other visit by a woman. And we expect no pressure whatsoever for the two common nouns to share restricting properties. I mean, we just expect that these visits somehow were to some particular place that we are not told about what that place is, but we're sort of assuming that the claim is about a particular situation, maybe about a particular spatio-temporal location. And so there's just no pressure, there's no expectation that any restrictive properties should be shared here. Now here the contrast with VP ellipsis. we have a man visited who had climbed Monte Disgrazia, and a woman did too. And so here you have to fill in whatever the currently most popular theory of VP ellipses is. So what seems to be the case that is in the second conjunct of 1, the extraposed relative clause, if it was ever extraposed, I mean, so depending what you assume the origin of the relative clause is, but it seems to be, is that correct? At least the various analyses agree that the extraposed relative clause is part of the VP. Is that something? Yeah. Anyway, so if it is part of the VP, then of course it would be copied or reconstructed as part of the reconstruction of the VP, and we do expect that here in the reconstructed part we have the restriction 2 who had climbed Monte Disgrazia, and and this is why we quite readily understand woman here as woman who had climbed Monte Disgrazia. Okay, so that is the expected difference. You're frowning, Dominique? What? No.
I think, maybe the most standard position on this is that the extraposed clause is in AVP.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. But then probably the most standard position is what we call VP deletion is not really just...
Well, it's optional. You can delete whatever VP. But so certainly you could reconstruct in principle, you could either reconstruct or not the extraposed relative clause into the second conjunct.
Yeah, okay. But that's also compatible with the data here. I mean, you're not forced to understand a woman as a woman who had climbed Monte Disgrazia. I mean, this is a possible interpretation. And I sort of had this sentence in a way to contrast with the other case. And I hear there seems to be more pressure to understand a woman as a woman who had climbed Monte Disgrazia as in the other case. Yeah. Okay, so here the Lisa is a phonologist case. And so here, if we are talking, I mean, this is something like a generic statement. Lisa is a phonologist. And so here we are not really talking about a proper part of the actual world, if you will. This seems to be a general claim about the actual world, maybe at a particular time. And so here we expect then if the topic situation is what guides choice of the universe of quantification, then we do expect here with generic statements a broadening of what we perceive to be the universe of quantification. And so here Lisa is a phonologist, so this seems most readily can be understood as a claim about the actual world at the actual time. And so that could be what is responsible for the fact that we do not really perceive any particular domain restriction here. And so the expectation is that generic statements have something to do with the choice of a universe of quantification. And on that particular analysis, the reason why there is this connection between genericity and choice of domain of quantification would be that generic statements typically are about big parts of the actual world, not particular very small episodic situations. Okay, so that is the prediction here. Here, again, if situations are what guide the choice of a universe of quantification, we do expect zooming in phenomena. And this is one example. It's from an honors thesis by a UMass undergraduate, Will Evans. And so he had this cute pair here. Juan drove up to the busy toll booth. The toll taker was rude. So we're interested here in the definite description. The toll taker was rude. As opposed to Juan looked at the busy toll booth. The toll taker was rude. Okay. And so there's a slight difference here in acceptability. It seems that if Juan drives up to the toll booths, you sort of know he will end up in front of one of those booths. And that seems to license the definite description here, the singular definite description. If Juan just looked at the busy toll booth, I don't know, maybe people who haven't ever been to the States don't know what I'm talking about. Could that be? Okay, could that be? So let me see, my drawing abilities are not the best. So, I mean, they typically, I mean, in the States, people are very efficient. So they're all, you know, there's not just one or two toll booths. Because, I mean, it's just like the restrooms and the bathrooms. They're not just 2 or 3 stalls, they're 20 because you have to be fast. And so it's the same with, I mean, there really may be, you know, these are, how many are there? Typical highway, who is driven a lot in the United States? What's a typical, a freeway in California? How many toll booths are there?
Well, there's no toll booths on freeways.
Oh, it's all free in California. Oh, okay. Well, so much for that. So much for that.
On an expressway, sure, 10 or 12 is
10 or 12. Okay, so that's what we have. So you have toll booth, and that's in a way where you pay your fees. You know, to use the expressway. That's what is how they call it. Okay. Okay. So they're 10 or 12 in a row. So that's what you have to know. And the first example here, Juan drives up to one. So here you end up right next to one toll taker. Okay. And so that is, in a way, what is implicitly done here. You sort of zoom in on a particular location here. Whereas here, when just Juan looked at the busy toll booths, the toll taker was rude. That's a little funny, because here you have in view, in a way, the way you imagine it, or the way you process the sentence, you have all the 10 or 12 toll booths in view. And so, of course, in every booth, there is a toll taker. And that's why the definite description, it seems, is a little infelicitous. And so there were Philippe and Bridget. I don't know who was the first. Yeah.
So are the data similar if you change sentence 2 into John looked at the busy toll booth? You have a plural.
Oh, you have a singular, then.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I missed this. So it's crucial that you have a plural.
Yeah. You have to have a plural, so there's a whole row. And yeah, so if you drive up, then you sort of imagine that you end up right in front of one. Yeah, you had another comment.
Well, I wonder, so another fact about toll booths in the States, they have these automated lanes, right? So suppose it's salient, or you know that all of the lanes are automated except one.
Yeah.
So you know that there's only going to be one toll taker, and that's still odd. Somehow, I guess because Juan is not experienced, he's not in a situation with the single toll taker.
I don't think that would be fine. That would be okay.
Yeah, it would be okay. It is just, I mean, here you rely on world knowledge a lot, as I realized when everybody was frowning when I had this example. And of course, you have to know. You have to know how those toll booths work, and that there is a separate person in every booth. And if there is just one, and that's common knowledge, then that's okay. Yeah. 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 Will, I mean, this is actually part of a psycholinguistic experiment. So Will tested the acceptability of statements of this kind experimentally with UMass undergraduates who know how toll booths work. So he had many examples of this kind, and so there was quite a difference. And so people, what it suggests is that indeed you work on the basis of situations, and you use representations of situations when you process sentences like that. Okay, so the interim summary then is, so many covert quantifier restrictions seem to come in via salient subsituations, and just judging from the generic facts tense and aspect seem to help us to pick suitable topic situations. So we have a difference between generic and episodic statements. We have an effect of tense telling us whether we are talking about past situations or present situations. Okay, so the next question then, if implicit qualifier restrictions were delivered via covert domain variables, why would tense and aspect affect the choice of domains in the way they do? So why would tense and aspect have a privileged role in helping us set up qualification domains as opposed to other ways of making properties salient, say mentioning properties before? Okay, and now, if other questions at this point? Yes, Nathan.
Is there a prediction? So to me, if you take your sentence with phonologist and linguist and you make it something episodic, the facts don't change it also. You know, Lisa met a phonologist and liked her. Then again, she would have liked most linguists. Right? The facts are exactly the same. So is there a prediction that?
I see. So that is interesting. So you have to give it a little bit more context, probably, because yeah.
Well, no, I mean, you go on to say, oh, I only meant that she would have liked most phonologists.
Oh, so you have Lisa. Oh, Lisa met a phonologist. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there you're talking about an episode, and the way you represent this episode is presumably that, well, you're not told anything about what Lisa is, and you have a situation where, yeah, that contains a phonologist. And so nothing is, I think, predicted on the situation approach, because that's just, you don't have any particular information about who else is present in this information, in this situation. Again, on the property approach, you have a salient property that was mentioned that you would expect to be at least a possible value. Yeah. No, it's not. I think you would not predict anything on the situation approach, and that is correct, I think. Okay, so let's think about what the role of situations in semantics is, or what the role of situations in grammar is. So what is the exact place of situations in natural language semantics? And the options are, maybe the main options we are discussing here is situations could come in as evaluation parameters if, say, I mean, you may be familiar with statements in tense semantics, for example. You have past alpha t, where you have a temporal evaluation parameter here. And so the standard priorian way of interpreting this would be there is a t prime, and t prime temporally precedes t, and then you would continue like this, something like this. Okay. And so what we are doing here is we have times as interpretation, as evaluation parameters here. Okay? So times on this view are not represented here in the syntax. There are no temporal variables here. We have just this parameter. What pass does is it switches this parameter to another one. So t is switched to t prime, and you have this statement is a pure meta-language statement. So you give the truth conditions in the meta-language here. Okay. This was the prominent view in tense semantics and tense logic. If you do modal logic, you have a similar picture that worlds are considered evaluation parameters. You have quantifiers over worlds like modal operators, and what those operators do is that they switch the world parameter or the time parameter. Okay. And so the important property of systems of this kind are that once you switch the temporal parameter, or once you switch the world parameter, it is lost. Okay, so that is important. It's gone. And so if you want to come back to it, say if you have an anaphoric device that forces you to come back to an original parameter, you can't do that. You can't do that. An important example here that was traded in the 70s was cases like a child was born that would be king, as opposed to a child was born that will be king. Okay. So let's see how that would work on a proposal like this. So you have the timeline here, the flow of time. Let's say we are here, that's our current position. And so a child was born that would be king. What you do here is you go back from T0, a child was born, and then the being king of the child is somewhere between here and the future. Okay, and so that means, you know, it could be a child was born 2,000 years ago that would be king. That could be here, for example, also in the past. So the birth and the becoming king could both be in the past. Now, not so if you have, okay, so that case would be quite okay with this Priorian picture. Not if we have something like a child was born who will be king. So here we have the birth of the child is in the past, but now it means since we have will be king, we have the present of the modal will. That means we have to go back to T0, and the becoming king of the child is in the future from T0 and not in the future from some time in the past. Okay. And so that means if we have something like, you know, a future treatment in Priorian terms, is we start out, say, with T0, then we go back in the past, into the past, we switch that index. And once we are in the past, we have lost that index. And so that means that there's no return to T0. And so what have people done as a reaction to this? We obviously have these anaphoric devices in natural languages that we can go back to times that we have introduced earlier. The first reaction is, well, see, maybe one index is not enough. Maybe we need two. And then, of course, the next move was people came up with examples that showed that two indices are not enough. Maybe we need three. And after that, people realized, well, maybe we should have, you know, an indefinite supply of those indices according to our needs. And so on. That's where our discussion about situations comes in. So we are asking whether situations come in here as evaluation parameters, or the alternative view is whether they come in as syntactically represented variables. And of course, once we have syntactically represented variables, world variables, time variables, situation variables, that means we have the usual anaphoric devices at our disposal. So those languages are inherently, they're richer in expressive power than languages of this kind, unless you do admit the possibility where you have an indefinite supply of indices, which I think is highly undesirable. Interestingly, Creswell, who was a major player in some of his arguments, drew exactly the opposite conclusion for reasons they're completely beyond me. So he drew the conclusion, okay, so that means we do not have to have variables at all. Not even individual variables. We can do everything with indices. Look at the book. It's completely, I mean, the logical forms you end up with, they're completely unintuitive, incomprehensible, and it's, for me, I mean, it's just, yeah, I do not understand why you would draw exactly that conclusion. For me, it's the best possible argument showing that you have syntactically represented time variables, world variables. Once you have situation variables, of course, they do combine the temporal and the world aspect. And so you have, in a way, you have one kind of variable where you can do everything that you can do with time variable and everything that you can do with world variables. So that is the empirical argument that we are engaged in now. We have to look at anaphoric possibilities, reference to situations in natural languages. And so here's, again, this is the reference to Kratzer. What he showed with respect to some selected formal languages is that natural languages have the expressive power of explicit, that is, object language quantification over worlds and times, and you can easily now extend Kratzwell's arguments to situations. You just combine the temporal and the world part. And so I'll give you some examples. They're fun. This is an easy one. This is an easy one. Okay, so if we have, if whenever it snowed, the local weather channel had reported that it hadn't snowed as much as it actually did, somebody would have complained immediately. So that is, so we have, if whenever it snowed, so we have some actual snowing situations. Then we have in each, so the snowing could go on in different locations in the world. So if whenever it snowed, then there is a local weather channel for each of those snowing situations, and this weather channel makes a report, and here we're making a counterfactual claim, had reported that it hadn't snowed. So what the report is that in the respective situation, it hadn't snowed as much as it did in reality. Okay, so here we have the anaphoric reference, so that's the important point. We sort of set up these different snowing situations. We have reports for each, and then we go back to those situations in the statement. It hadn't snowed as much as it actually did. Somebody would have complained. So that's sort of an easy case where we do seem to need anaphoric. We have to anaphorically go back to initial situations that we have set up right at the beginning here. Okay, so this is just the same story here. This is the next level of complexity, and then I leave it at that. And I hope you're convinced then that you could complicate those examples in arbitrary ways if you have enough memory at your disposal. And so here's, again, this is very closely modeled after one of Kratzwell's examples. So whenever it snowed anywhere around here, some local person dreamed that it snowed more than it actually did. So here we're going back. And that the local weather channel erroneously reported that it had snowed less, but still more than it snowed in reality. Okay, so that's the next level, and so you can take it from there. So I take it from that natural languages have the expressive power of overt quantification over situations, and if they have that expressive power, they do it. So that would be my conclusion. They do it, so they're syntactically represented situation variables.
You said that you had an argument against the multiplication of indices within a sort of model framework. So what exactly is that?
No, the argument I had, I think it was against the move that Kratzer made to extend this reasoning even to individual variables. Because then, I mean, you get representations that are, I mean, it is, I mean, any kind of variable-free semantics, if you think about works within those within a framework of that kind. It is just, I mean, you have, yeah, if you represent in a way any kind of quantification with the help of indices, it just gets completely unworkable. I mean, just try to teach it too, yeah. And very unmotivated. I mean, what you would have to do, you get LF representations that are, I think, very difficult. I mean, the Creswell types, at least the Creswell type of representations, I cannot possibly see how to link them up with actual English sentences. I mean, that is, and I think that's a major objection. I think that, so you just have very, very important pieces that are simply missing, and that, I mean, it doesn't make it, I mean, just because these representations are poorer in a way, they're simply poor, they don't contain any variables whatsoever. But that makes them all, it makes it all the more difficult, I think, to relate to actual sentences in any syntactically plausible way. I mean, that would be my objection, and of course maybe Kratzer can go and sit down and say, well, that these representations, in a way, that's how universal grammar works. But I yet have to see it. So that is my objection. That is my objection. And so I do, and maybe I do agree with Creswell that it is desirable to have a uniform treatment of variables. I mean, that's in a way what drives his move, is we want a uniform representation of variables. We do not want to have indices for one type of variable and syntactically represented variables for another type. And so let's do uniform, and the conclusion he draws is then just, okay, throw out all variables. And that, then, yeah, there is a commitment to a particular type of logical form representation. And so the next step of the argument would be, you know, now we have to see how they can be related in a syntactically plausible and insightful way to actual English, French, Italian sentences. So that's, yeah. But it's, you know, it's open to challenge. So somebody can say, well, this is exactly how syntax works. And if syntacticians only had realized, they would have made more progress or something like that. Yeah. Okay. So here, Implicatures has maybe worked out in most detail situation semantics where situations are syntactically represented. And so situations enter the semantics as arguments of lexical predicates. So all lexical predicates have additional arguments. And then this is parallel to what Gallin proposed early on in the days of intentional semantics. On his proposals, all predicates have world arguments. Similar arguments have been made for tense semantics, say Mervyn Ench is an important player here. Kiyomi Kusumoto, a recent UMass dissertation on tense semantics. Okay, so here is what it looks like. And so we're going back to these basic pieces of predication that I talked about yesterday. So we have somewhere now these predicates like person, be frowning, there are situation arguments. They can, I mean, if they come with any kind of predicate, now they can be within DPs and they can be within extended verbal projections. The arguments behave pretty much like regular arguments introduced by nouns. They're saturated with extended nominal projections. In that case, those situation arguments that are introduced by verbs, they would be saturated within the extended verbal projections. And my conjecture is that these situation arguments, that they are saturated within tense projections, in fact. And so the reasoning goes as follows. It sort of starts with a famous example by Barbara Partee. So she has this case where she drives down the freeway. I think that's when she lived in California still. So she drives down the freeway, and all of a sudden sort of notices, oh, I forgot to turn the stove off. So that is her example. And so what that statement says is not that there was some time in the past where she turned the stove off, but it is most readily understood in a more restricted way. And what that means has been in the history of tense semantics construed in various ways. That could mean that our domain of quantification is smaller, or it could mean that we're talking about a particular contextually salient time rather than just having existential quantification over times here. Now, if we are taking the example as showing that often in, say, when we use the English past tense, I think it's even more plausible with the German simple past, which is, I think, still used in northern parts of Germany, if I'm correct. In those cases, it seems to be plausible that we have a referential understanding of tense here, where we're talking about a particular salient past interval. Now, if we sort of accept that kind of argument, then we can make the very same kind of argument for contextually salient past situations, so that it's not enough. So if we are taking this referential view of past tense, then we can use the very same kind of argument to motivate that it's not just salient times, not just reference times that we have to admit, but salient reference situations. And so this is just, where do I have? Yeah, so here, here's the example. Since it had snowed during the night, everyone shoveled their driveway. So a felicitous utterance of one does not merely require a salient topic or reference time. You seem to need at least a salient topic or reference spatio-temporal location here. And so the proposal is to just take your theory of tense, and rather than talking about times, just talk about situations, thereby combining the spatial and the temporal aspects. Okay, so that is the proposal. That's the technical proposal, is just take a standard semantics of tense that is compatible with the referential theory of tense, and rather than talking about times, we are now talking about situations. And so that's what it would look like, a tense projection. So we have here everyone, so that's something like person, every person. And here we have a first representation of a situation variable. And then here we have the verbal extended projection. And so we may think that within the tense projection, the situation argument that comes in with the verbal projection is saturated. So that is one possibility. We can have here also, and you see that maybe that's sort of inspired by the German case. We can have also topic situations higher up. Okay. And so the LF here would look, so we have here the situation argument saturated within the nominal projection here and the tense projection, and then you could have another representation of a reference situation in a topic position somewhere in the left periphery. The part of what I wanted to show you yesterday and didn't, and that may be relevant here, was it seems to me that very, very colloquial registers of German may have an overt realization of this situation variable in the form of da. I sort of surprised myself using these das constantly, talking to family members of mine. and then stopping myself and say, oh, you really talk stupid, you know? Because it really sounds like da, 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 da. And so you stick in these da variables, you stick them in within DPs, like you say, well, this dog da. You stick them in what I think are probably the right syntactic places within TPs, and then also in the specifier of C higher up, so that you could have a sentence where really there's one da follows the other. The data are very hard to come by because it's very, very informal register. Everybody who becomes self-conscious tries to avoid it as fast as you can, and it just doesn't sound very erudite at all. I sort of thought that maybe dialect data could be more successful here, and I looked at recordings of a Bavarian comedian, Karl Valentin. And in these recordings, they're in various dialect registers. So there's some where he sort of tries really to talk standard German as well as he can, and then they move more to more dialect registers. And as I expected, the das increase. I mean, the more dialect you allow yourself, the more das. Is that in Austrian too? Same situation. I can show you the Calfon. Well, you'll see the data. They're part of yesterday's lecture, so they're in there. And so you see that exactly. I mean, they come in within the nominal projection and within the tense projection within the left periphery. Okay, and so that is in a way that's an answer to the question. I mean, I remember I blamed the domain restriction variable theory with not giving us an answer to the question why we never hear them in any natural language. And so, of course, the situation approach faces that same question. And what my answer is now is, well, we don't hear them because we really weed them out. It's a stylistic phenomenon. We just weed them out. They're there, and we're just beaten to dropping those things. And the minute you look at dialect data, they sort of come up in full force. Is there any other such phenomenon known to syntacticians? Yes?
Actually, it's not really an answer to your question, but it's a different kind of phenomenon that may have relevance depending on the analysis that you adopt, and that is weak crossover types. Because if you can, when you started the lecture with these cases comparing the overt restriction, pronominal restriction, and the zero restriction, I thought of some examples that probably discussed in literature, which seem to me to suggest that you get clear weak crossover effects with the overt pronoun, but not with these things.
I see.
I took the first examples you gave, something like only one class was so bad that no student passed the exam. And there, if you add no student in it, it's fine, of course. And then you take the other example, no student passed the exam in only one class. And you add the overt restriction with no student, so no student in it passed the exam in only one class. I think you get a weak crossover effect in that case, but not with the zero.
Not with the zero.
So I was wondering if, well, I was thinking that if the judgments are correct, which remains to be seen, it would seem to be an immediate argument in favor of your position that something different will happen said. But then how the argument goes through really depends on the analysis of the crossover. I don't know if there is any literature.
I mean, this is an example due to Barbara Partee. I mean, that could possibly be relevant. I mean, here we have, the leader of the local union wrote a letter to every untenured professor in the state. And here, local can only be understood as local with respect to the utterance situation. Whereas here, then you have every untenured professor received a letter from the leader of the local union, And so here local can be understood as with respect to the places of the respective professors here. And so, I mean, that is the closest kind of data that I know. And so, of course, yeah, I think I would expect weak crossover phenomena, and I should expect them. And so you say it all depends on the analysis of weak crossover. No, yeah.
For instance, we know that even different types of empty elements differ.
Yeah, with respect to crossover.
Small pro gives rise to weak crossover, big pro doesn't.
Oh, okay.
Story on pro-gate effects. So it really probably depends on the nature of the empty position that is postulated.
Yes?
I was thinking back to previous examples, and so I see the point that every fake philosopher means every American fake philosopher, and not every fake American philosopher. But then it seems there are a lot of syntactic assumptions in this way of drawing conclusions, because you could say it all depends, the conclusion whether domain restriction occurs at the level of BFP or at the level of quantifiers really depends on the syntactic behavior of fake. You could always argue that fake takes the noun so makes it into an NP, and that, well, it's fake philosopher that would be implicitly restricted, not first philosopher restricted and fake in front of it. And if this is correct, I think it also provides an argument in favor.
Yeah, actually, Orion Perkins has these cute examples there. I mean, one thing about fake. I mean, I'm not quite sure the semantic of fake is a little bit debated. Maybe alleged is clearly. I mean, it's a clearer case, and so alleged. I mean, one thing we know about alleged is that it creates an intentional context. I say that's as much as we can say for sure. And so that would mean, now, let me see whether I get what happens. Maybe we should have if we have the picture here. So if we have alleged somewhere here, and if alleged creates an intentional context, which it should, then that would mean that this situation variable here is bound. I mean, that's what it would mean. And that would again mean that it's not available for taking on a contextually salient value. And we should see the effects of that. And Orion Perkins, he has examples that show that there may be something right about it. So here is the first one. Most salted New York bagels taste good, while most unsalted bagels taste horrible. And so here there is a sort of maybe prominent way of understanding bagels here as restricted to New York bagels. And this is a little harder here. So this is his annotation. So most real New York bagels taste good, while most imitation bagels taste horrible. And I think there's less of a pressure to have an implicit restriction here to New York bagels. And so that is sort of the kind of predictions you would make. I mean, you sort of look for contexts where we prevent the situation variable that comes in with a noun, we prevent it from taking on a contextual value. And so we should see effects in terms of implicit domain restrictions in that way. He also, I mean, you could try it with their insertion cases where Muzan has argued that the situation or temporal variable in that case cannot be contextually filled, but has to be interpreted with respect to the matrix sentence. And there you should see the effects too. If you read, again, the Perkins lectures, the Cluj lectures, you'll find that experiment too. Yeah. I mean, so that is the strategy. That's sort of the main prediction here of that approach is, okay, create context where you sort of block the situation variable from being contextually filled, and you should see the effects of domain restriction. And so alleged and fake, these are good cases. Yeah. Okay, so I think I should not hold you up on any. Yes. To the tree. Yeah.
I was wondering about aspect.
I see.
Yeah. Time here, we used tense and aspect information.
Yeah.
Can we jump from time to tense?
So I left that out here. So here you would have a much more elaborate projection. So you would have probably, even lower, I didn't talk about this, you would have like a telicity projection possibly, so that would be below. And then, but just taking, say, Wolfgang Klein's nice picture about how to talk about the different times, what viewpoint aspect would do is it maps the properties of events to properties of situations that, say, temporally contain the relevant events. So that's what viewpoint aspect does. Then on top, you have the tense projection. And what the tense projection does is it brings in the utterance time. It sort of relates what you may want to call a topic time to an utterance time. And so what you have in the past is that the topic time, the reference time precedes the utterance time, present, the topic time overlaps the utterance time, and so on. And so you have, in a way, what viewpoint aspect does, it relates event time to reference time or topic time. What tense does, it relates topic time to utterance time. And so there's another switch of perspective that goes on in the tree. So here, first, in the lower regions, you describe events. Then your viewpoint switches. You sort of focus on situations containing those events in case of perfective aspect. And then in the tense projection, your viewpoint switches again, and so you're looking at the utterance time. So the utterance time is introduced. So, but I see you have to leave. Okay, so there was the short weekend. So I'll just review with you where we were last week. So we were discussing the nature of implicit qualifier domain restrictions in natural languages. This is a hotly debated topic these days because these implicit qualified domain restrictions, they seem to shed light on the way context can affect truth conditional content quite generally. So I think this is the reason why that topic is so hotly debated. What I did in lecture 1 was to at least show you for some areas that we can't avoid a semantics based on events or situations in one way or other. And so we looked at a number of phenomena. We looked at the semantics of direct perception reports, bare infinitives embedded under verbs like see, for example. We looked a little bit at argument association, or at least I mentioned argument association. Also, another area would be the semantics of Aktionsarten, say telicity. And we did discuss viewpoint aspect a little bit. Another very important area where you can't do without situations, it seems, is the theory of E-type pronouns. Okay, so that was lecture 1, was in a way establish that we do need events or situations in one way or other. Then in lecture 2, and I'll continue this argument today, I tried to construct a reductionist argument in the sense that I said once we have those events or situations, then a lot of the core data that have been used to argue for a special device for quantified domain restrictions fall out. So these data fall out automatically already. So that was the nature of the argument. So we do seem to need a semantics based on events or situations. Once we have it, just without any extra cost, we already automatically account for the core data, I think, that is used in the literature to argue for the existence of a special device for quantified domain restrictions. And this special device is a special variable that comes either with qualifiers or with nouns that participate in qualifier construction. So that's how the argumentation goes. So in a way, I'm not really proposing any analysis of domain restrictions or any theory of domain restrictions. So the argument is, well, we do not need such a theory. That's what I'm trying to do. And there will, like in any reduction of that kind, there will be certain residual facts that I think I'll look at some of them at the end of the lecture. You may have other facts that you want to bring up. And so at that point, we have to sort of think very seriously about what to do and what the approach to those residual data should be. You were about to, Philippe? No, not yet. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's how the argument goes. Now let's sort of see where we. So what I did is last lecture had two parts, if you will. One part was to point out some problems with the domain restriction variable analysis. And I had three problems with that kind of analysis. One was that if there are these specialized variables that account for domain restrictions, then they seem to be very sluggish in picking up even contextually very salient properties. So that was the first argument. The next argument was that if there are such variables, there seems to be conflicting evidence as to where those variables are supposed to be. And so there's some arguments that suggest that the variable should really come with a qualifier, and there are other arguments that suggest that the variable should come with the restricting noun. And so that was problem two. A third problem that was no, okay. Let's just leave it with. Oh yeah, the third problem was there's a question: if those variables exist, why do they have to be non-overt in every language? What is it that forces those variables to be non-overt? Shouldn't we sort of at least see it that in some languages they are overt realizations of this variable?
You don't think this applies to situation variables as well? Maybe at the end you suggested that something in German plays a role.
Yeah, so I will show the data this time. I sort of decided, okay, I should show the data, in particular since there are Austrians here who may speak a variety of the dialect I'm talking about, and so I think that is a fair question. If I'm saying that there are other types of variables that can take over those jobs, then at least I have to address the question in a little bit a more serious way. Okay, I'll do that. So the data, I will show the data this time. They originally were lumped together with the first lecture, but they'll come back. Okay. So these were the three problems I pointed out. And then I started to make an argument that these situation variables, situation or event variables, all by themselves can do a good job in restricting qualifier domains. So we looked at, so the idea was, I mean, or at least the idea started out was saying, we're sort of taking an Austinian approach to assertions, where the assertions we make are always about a particular situation, a topic situation or a reference situation. Okay. And so let's move on. We looked at those. Okay, so I gave some initial motivation why assuming an Austinian view, or taking an Austinian approach to assertions, why that may help with quantifier restrictions. Then I started discussing the question of what the place of those situation variables in grammar may be. Would those situations come, or what the place of situations in natural language may be? Would those situations come in, say, as evaluation parameters, or would they come in the shape of syntactically represented variables? And so here I think we have a very strong argument showing that they do come in as syntactically represented variables. The argument comes from anaphora. So remember, we looked at these very complicated examples about whenever it snowed and some radio report had claimed that it hadn't snowed as much as it did in reality. And so we constructed, following basically a strategy that you find in Creswell's book, Entities and Indices. Maybe write the name. I think it is called Entities and Indices, or something like that. With Google Scholar these days, it's very easy to find those references, so I'm a little bit sloppy about it. Okay, so I basically used those arguments from Creswell, arguments from anaphora, to show that or at least to make plausible, that natural languages have the expressive power of overt or explicit quantification over situations in the object language. And then there was the little leap that I made, sort of arguing that, well, if languages have the expressive power of explicit quantification over situations in the object language, then it is natural to assume that they exploit this device and do, in fact, have situation variables in the object language. So that was a little leap, and that leap was kind of, the move was different from what Creswell did. Creswell assumed that, so Creswell agrees in a way that it would be desirable to treat, you know, if we have a good argument that natural languages have the expressive power of explicit quantification over individuals in the object language, and they also have the expressive power of explicit quantification over situations in the object language, then it's natural to assume that they respond to this fact in the same way. So that quantification over individuals and quantification over situations should be treated the same. And so then again, assuming that quantification over individuals, or it is plausible to assume that quantification over individuals is overt in natural languages. That is, natural languages do have variables ranging over individuals. Then again, it would be plausible to assume that quantification over situations is explicit and overt in natural languages as well. Where overt here, maybe I should have a little disclaimer, is not meant as pronounced. Okay, so the claim is that natural languages have variables ranging over situations or over individuals in the object language, which would, in our case, these would be syntactic representations for English or Italian and what have you. Okay, so that's the claim, that we do have those variables over situations in our syntactic representation. And that sort of raises the question now, okay, why don't we see them? And of course, I mean, my reaction to that is we do see them, and it is just the pressure of normative grammar that somehow tells us not to pronounce them. Okay. And so, but that will come later. So I'll give you I'll show you the data later. Okay, so that was basically what we had so far. So we do need those variables. They're syntactically represented. They come in as arguments of all predicates. So we're assuming now that all predicates have these situation arguments. They can be saturated in the syntax within the DP. They can also be saturated within the extended verbal projection. And the suggestion I made is to just basically take tense, to say present tense, to express a relation not between time intervals, as is usually assumed, but to express a relation between situations. And so that was the little shift I proposed. Well, take whatever you know about tense, say take a theory of tense where the present expresses a relation between topic time and utterance time, and reformulate that theory in terms of situations, where rather than talking about utterance time and topic time, we are now talking about utterance situation and topic situation. And everything else basically stays the same. Okay. So that was the proposal, and so that's what a syntactic structure would look like. And here I'm neglecting certain functional heads. Of course, I just put in the ones that are of interest here. So there are more heads here, and there are more heads here. Okay. These situation arguments, we would also expect them, say, to appear in topic positions. And here, just following on what Luigi, what you said at the very end of your lecture, I'm sort of wondering whether what is sometimes called an expletive is not really the realization of such a topic situation. So that is just a thought that came up. And it's maybe no accident that one of the prime expletives in English seems to be there, and which is a locative in other uses. Okay, so that's where we basically were. We looked at some of the consequences of the proposal. Consequences with respect to the data we looked at before, and that seemed to be a little problematic for the other approach. We do understand why we did get conflicting evidence with respect to the location of this domain restriction variable. If those situation variables, if they can pop up, or if they are located both within DPs and within a verbal projection, then we should maybe not be too surprised at the fact, say, that Marti in her dissertation, she sort of pointed out that we have to assume implicit domain restrictions for adverbial qualifiers as well. But adverbial qualifiers are not restricted by nouns or NPs. And so that meant for her that if we are assuming the existence of such a domain restriction variable, it would have to come with a qualifier and not with a noun. But on the situation view here, you do have a situation argument coming in through the verbal extended projection too. And in that sense, I mean, if you have a sentence like this concert was performed exactly twice, this could now be a claim, say, about Australia, where that concert was performed exactly twice, or a claim about Paris. We also looked briefly at contrasts like this one here. So these are examples due to or Implicatures. So most salted New York bagels taste good, while most unsalted bagels taste horrible. Where here, this first sentence is very easily understood as implicitly, with an implicit restriction to unsalted New York bagels, whereas in B, this is not so easily possible. Most real New York bagels taste good, while most imitation bagels taste horrible. Here there is no strong pressure to understand bagels being restricted to New York bagels. And so the explanation here on the approach I proposed was that imitation, like fake or alleged, creates an intentional context. And so that would mean that the situation argument of the NP in its domain would be bound, and thus would not be able to receive a value from the context of use, and that would in turn affect the context. In a way, it would block a contextual restriction coming in through the situation argument in this case. And so that was one of the consequences we looked at. Now, the most important kind of argument in favor of variables of any kind are, of course, the bound variable cases. So in an analysis that employs domain restriction variables, the strongest argument came from bound variable cases. Because as long as you, if you don't have a bound variable, if you don't have bound variable dependencies, you could still somehow pin the context dependence to some lexical item. For example, if you take the context dependency of modals, like must and can. So in my very earliest work on modals, I argued that these modals all by themselves, they introduce a context dependency. In order to be interpreted, they need something like an accessibility relation to be delivered by the context of use. But so you could, and that's what I argued in that case, but that was a long time ago. It was almost 30 years ago, and so that was a different landscape, of course. I did argue that the context dependency comes in through the modal all by itself. So modals are semi-indexicals. They do, in order to be interpreted, they do require some kind of information to be delivered from the utterance context. And so they're pointers in a way. They tell you, well, I need that kind of information to be interpreted. And as long as no bound variable dependencies are involved, we could always make that kind of argument. And so the strong arguments in favor of positing variables, both these domain restriction variables and situation variables, the strong arguments really come from bound variable relationships, because in those cases, we can't really directly pin the context dependency to the lexical item in question. Okay, so that's an important question, and we'll come back to that at the end of the lecture, because I will be forced to introduce some context dependencies of that kind, and then of course we can ask what kind of context dependency is that. Okay, so let's look at a difficult case here, and just let's sort of try to make our way through that case. Okay, so we have every man got 5 jobs, and every man finished the jobs he got. Or every man got 5 jobs, but just one man finished every job he got. Okay. So we have here every man got 5 jobs, and every man finished the jobs he got. Here we can sort of start, well, let's sort of just try to apply the analysis we have at this point. So we're taking this naturally as a claim about a particular situation. So I'm talking about a particular situation here. And so that takes care of the implicit restriction for every man. So talking about situation somewhere in Paris at some time, and you're saying every man got 5 jobs, and that would be now naturally understood as every man in the situation we are talking about, in our reference situation, got 5 jobs. And same thing here, continuing, and every man in that situation finished every job he got. And so here we can't apply that trick anymore, because if we process here just this part, every job, this is the implicit restriction, it's not there, okay, it's not there. Then here we are not talking about every job in the situation we are talking about, okay. And so that is where the bound variable dependency comes in an essential way, and so something has to be said about those cases. Okay, is that sort of point clear? Okay. So this is the kind of case we have to look at. It's not the kind of case that seems to be automatically accounted for by the switch to Austinian assertions. Okay, so the strategy again, and you probably by now know me enough to sort of anticipate what I'm trying to do here. So I'll try to argue there's again an independently needed mechanism that can be held responsible for bound variable dependencies of this kind. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to argue. So cases like that, they're not yet accounted for by what we have, but something else is needed. But the hope is that whatever the something else is something that's independently needed and not just for cases of this kind. Okay, and so let's switch to another phenomenon that I hope will give us the peace we need. And these are so-called Boulos sentences, George Boulos. The article is an article in Linguistic Inquiry, and the topic was taken up in a more recent paper by Susan Rothstein in Natural Language Semantics. And this paper is about event qualification. If you do not find any of the papers, given the information I give you, just send me an email. And I could also, I just didn't have time to do this. I could also just send to Dominique a bibliography with all the references, and then they could be posted or passed on to you. So they should be a proper list of references. But if you have any difficulties, you need something fast, just email me. Okay, so here's a Boulos sentence. For every death, there is a birth. Okay. And so the question is, how should a sentence like that, how should it be formalized? And we may be tempted, just now switching to a normal first order language, We're on a different topic. Let's forget about events and situations for a little while. So we just look at the normal formalization that we may be tempted to come up with would be just, you have universal qualification here, existential qualification here. Now, once you sort of think about it, there is something being missed in this formalization, and the best way to see what is being missed here is maybe look at a picture. And so you have, in a way, maybe, so these are all the deaths. So a lot of deaths occurring, and then there's maybe one birth, okay? And in a situation like that, the sentence here would be predicted to be true if it had a formalization like this, because what we have is, well, for every death, there is a birth, this one, okay? So for every death, there is a birth, yes, this one. For this death, there's a birth, this one. For this death, there's a birth, this one, and so on. And so we're being fooled here a little bit. We're being fooled. We sort of think we have learned enough predicate calculus to formalize simple sentences like that, but it seems that this formalization somehow misses something rather important. We just do not understand the sentence in a way that it would be true in a situation where, in a way, there is a single birth that is matched with 100 deaths. Okay, and so this is a Boulos sentence, and there are other kinds now. Something like this. There was a computer for each child. Maybe has a similar structure. Again, you may go into a school and to inquire about whether that would be a good school for your kid, and the headmistress says, okay, we have a computer for each child. And then what you find is that they have a single computer sitting there for 200 students. And that just doesn't correspond to the way we understand what the headmistress says, even though if we had just this formalization here, then now just change this. So this would be the children, and this would be the computer. And again, if that was the formalization, it would be true in a scenario like this, because for every child, there is a computer. It just happens to be the same one.
Here there's a question of when is 4xy whole, right?
Yes. Yeah.
It's this computer for me.
So I sort of tried, I actually thought about this for quite some time, whether one could extend the reasoning to this. And I think with 4, it could go through, because, it's very natural that a computer could be for more than one person. Okay, yeah. And so I think, yeah.
No, it's possible, but it's not obvious, so.
Yeah. It depends. Once you sort of think about what kind of configuration gives you a Boulos type situation, you have to be very careful with the predicate. I thought 4 would be one that still would go through. Some others don't. Paul, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking, so in the case of the first Boulos sentence you gave, I was thinking that the situation is probably even worse than you described, because I think what this means is really for every x, either x is not a death event or there is a birth. So
okay, it's
there
even.
is no, let's say, there is no death at all. It would be
true. Okay, then that would be.
And that's why he said, well, let's switch to second order local.
Yeah, okay, so it's even worse than that. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Rostein's observation is that this Boulos configuration very natural and very easily comes up once we are dealing with event quantification. And so we have here a simple sentence like this: whenever it rained in Paris, it snowed in Vienna. And again, the problem comes with a formalization of this kind. If we just say, well, every event that is a raining, for every event that is a raining in Paris, there is an event that is a snowing in Vienna. Again, we could just, we could have a lot of rain in Paris and just maybe a single event of snowing in Vienna, and the formalization would be predicted to be true. Okay. Okay, here just yet another case to illustrate how natural this Boulos situation or the Boulos configuration is once we are dealing with events. So here we have Mary bought a car every time she won the lottery. Same point here. This formalization doesn't really guarantee that there were at least as many car purchases as lottery wins. Okay. It would allow us to have just a lot of lottery wins matched with a single car purchase. Okay, here are at least the sketchy references. What Rostein proposes as the remedy, and this is what I will rely on, is to, let me see how I should say it, because she doesn't quite make the same use of it as I eventually want to do myself. Let's just maybe just take it as it is. What her intuition is, like take the raining and snowing example. Her intuition is that what we have to require is that every event of raining in Paris be matched with an event of snowing in Vienna, and the be matched is something we have to formalize. And so we have to introduce a suitable counterpart of match into the representation. And so what she has is she proposes that we have something like a matching function. The matching function, so here would be represented as a variable whose value can be filled by the utterance context. And that's now the first time where we also encounter a type of context dependency that would have to come in, and where we would still have to explore whether that kind of variable is the kind of variable that ever can be qualified over, for example. So that would be something to think about. So I just want to mention it at this point. And what is important is, let's sort of just see what this variable does. So here we are qualifying over events of winning the lottery. And so one requirement here is that every such event of winning the lottery should be matched, needs a match, has to be matched by a purchase of a car. And the interesting part is that this matching device, it's a function. That assigns here to the purchase events in its domain a lottery win. And the important fact is, since the matching device is a function, it has to be the case that no two car purchases, no single car purchase. So it has to be the case that no car purchase can be matched with more than one lottery win. Okay, so that just follows from the fact that this is a function. So if it applies to car purchases just being a function, we make sure that every purchase has to be matched with a different lottery win. Okay, so that's what we get. That's what we guarantee here. Every lottery win must be matched with at least one car purchase, and no purchase can be matched with more than one lottery win. Okay, so that's what that device does. And so let's maybe just look at, yes?
It would have to be a one-to-one function, so then you see specifications.
Yeah, but you don't have to, I mean...
You can match two things into the same object.
No, you can map two things at the same object, but you can't map one and the same thing to two different objects. And that's what we're using here, okay? Because that's what a function does. I mean, you give it an argument, and it delivers one value. It doesn't give you two different values. Okay, so that's what we're exploiting. Okay. So maybe let's sort of look. I'll give you some. Okay, so that's what it does. So here, that's a purchase variable, if you will. And so what we are saying is you have one and the same purchase can't be matched with more than one win. Okay, because it's a function. Okay. Yeah. So here, this quantification of events makes sure that every lottery win is being matched with the purchase. The nature here, just the mere fact that it's a function, it makes sure that it can't be that one and the same purchase is matched with more than one lottery win. Okay, it's a little bit. So that's what it does. Yes.
Is requiring that it be a function maybe is a little bit of overkill, because you could construct cases where, I think you can construct cases where there are, where there isn't really a one-to-one correspondence. It's
well,
just
I would have to see them.
like, well, I suppose you just have to say what the relation, the implicit M. I suppose that M could be a relation, but so say whenever it rains, something happens. Whenever it rains, I eat cake in the same week.
Yeah.
So, if it rains and I eat cake once, it rains twice, but I eat cake once in the same week for both of them, I think that would be good enough. So for every death, there's a birth on the same year.
Yeah. Okay, so that...
it seems to me that requiring a contextually relevant relation would be good enough, but you just have to be able to specify.
Well, then you have to constrain it further. And so, I mean, the question is how to react to that example, whether the reaction would be by weakening the function requirement, which I think would be a pity because it's pretty cool, I think. Or whether, I mean, what is at stake is really a matter of the individuation of the events that enter the match to begin with.
But there's also a question. The moment you say there's contextual dependence, deciding what the M is, and then if you weaken the function requirement, you still have to be able to suppose it's a relation. You have to be able to specify what the relation is.
Yeah. So there would be there would be some.
Maybe
not so obvious.
Natural relation.
Yeah, some natural relation, and in this case, I mean, what is cool in a way is that the mere fact that you have a function here already, in a way, give you the right account of the Boole's cases. You don't even have to. So there's not even much that you have at least in those cases. You don't even have to require much. From the context. And that is, of course, something to think about, because then the use I'm going to make of this is the context has to do a little bit more work. And here, in those cases, the context, in a way, doesn't even have to do any work. And so you could have just maybe wide scope existential quantification here, just as well. That would go wrong in certain cases that I want to use this function with. But that is, in a way, that's what I think the cool thing is. That just the mere fact that you say it's a function, and Rothstein, for her, she makes an interesting empirical point out of this, because for her this matching thing, it is just like a thematic role, and sort of assuming that thematic roles correspond to functions, then sort of comes out very natural that this should be a function too. Okay, Philippe.
So the logical form that you have would be compatible with there being no constraint on the ordering between the winning the lottery events and the buying a car. And in this respect, I think your sentence is actually different from the preceding case that you have, and this can be brought out by giving a paraphrase of this one in terms of Boole's quantifications. But you say, for every occasion on which Mary won the lottery, there was some car brought to us. Then I think it's more or less possible to understand that maybe there were 10 times, maybe 5 years ago, on which Mary won the lottery. And just yesterday, 10 cars were brought to us. But I think in the Rothstein sentence, this is totally impossible. Which suggests that there are further constraints.
Like temporal constraints. And there's, of course, I mean, if you have a when clause, then you usually have a then there that tells you something about a temporal relation. Yeah. So that is something to think about. I mean, in particular, how, so you do need further constraints there, say temporal constraints in the event cases, but maybe not in the other cases. Yeah.
Of course, the issue is once you have these additional constraints in place, are you still going to need the function variable? Because if you have a small enough domain restriction on the quantification over times, right? So if you understand this as every time she won the lottery, in some time span shortly after that. Mary brought a car, then that's fine, but you don't need the function variable anymore.
Yeah. So that would be, I mean, that's something to be explored. Of course, I would try to avoid any kind of implicit, I mean, my job here is to avoid any kind of domain restriction that would have to come in through a C variable. In a way, that is the enterprise. And so the empire can strike back, so to speak.
Right,
and
in a way that preserves the empirical difference between the Boole-like cases where there are no such constraints and the temporal case where you do need some constraints.
And so, I mean, my hope would be that, I mean, just the semantics of words like then would give us the necessary temporal constraints. I mean, that would be the hope, but that's exactly the kind of argument that should be explored. Yeah. So there were some questions here. Oh no, not very well. Okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify something.
Yeah.
I was thinking. So what the Boole sentence says is really that there is a one-to-one function from one set to the other.
Yeah.
But it might be that the elements from the range of that function have also contain several elements. Like, for instance, if every time the Mary wins the lottery, she buys, let's say, 2 or 3 cars. It would still be true to say.
Yeah.
So every time she won the lottery, she bought a car.
Yeah. I mean, this analysis says yes. Yes. And if it's not true, then again, this restriction may come in through something else. Say, I mean, that we often understand she bought a car as she bought exactly 1 car. And so in this analysis here, I mean, there could be several purchases associated with each lottery win. And all we are saying, in a way, is that there have to be at least as many car purchases as there are lottery wins. And any additional constraint would probably have to come in through exactly readings of indefinites in some way or other. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what the, I mean, this is Rothstein, really. That's what the analysis does. So let's maybe just look at the pictures here. So here is, so this would be a possible match. And here we have more car purchases. I mean, Mary may also buy cars, of course, independently of lottery wins. And so what we are requiring is really that there be as many car purchases, at least as many as their lottery wins. And she may be just addicted to buying cars and buy them all the time. So that's a possible match. So that would be a possible match, 2, where 2 purchases are linked to the same win. So she buys 2 cars after this. So this is not a possibility here according to the proposal. And it's not a possibility because there's an unmatched win here. There's an unmatched lottery win. So what the formula says is that every lottery win has to be matched with some purchase, and that's violated here. And that's also not a possible match because here 1 and the same purchase is matched with 2 lottery wins, and that's what the fact that the matching device is a function blocks. So these would be the possible. Okay, and so just coming back to the Bullis sentences. So what you would do here is you would have pretty much the same logical forms here, but there would be this matching device would be introduced here in the nuclear scope of the quantification. And so that makes sure that 1 and the same computer is not matched with more than 1 child. Okay. And so the conclusion I'm drawing here is that it seems that we should maybe always introduce a matching function into the nuclear scope of the qualifier. So that's what I'm trying to get away with. And looking at the Bullis sentences, just say, okay, in order to get those cases right, and those cases seem to be really very important when it comes to event quantification, let's sort of just routinely introduce a matching function into the nuclear scope of qualifiers. And once we do that, the hope is that we will win, we will gain something for our original problem with domain restriction. So that's the hope. So back to implicit domain restrictions. So we have every man finished all the jobs. I switched here to all the jobs rather than introducing another qualifier phrase because the formulas would just get too complicated, and I think nothing new is added here. And so we have every man, so whenever there's a man. So here, the idea is that we are switching to our regular framework, if you will. So this sentence expresses a proposition, and a proposition is a property of situations now that in any particular assertion, so the story goes, this property is applied to a particular contextually salient situation. And so here we have a proposition where we're saying that every man, and here there's a requirement that the man we are talking about be present in the situation we are talking about. So there's the first job of domain restriction taken care of here in this way. And then what we're saying here, well, there is a situation S prime, and here the matching function applies to it. The value in this case is we are matching the situation with here, this is the man variable. Okay. And then the main statement says that in this situation, S prime X finished. In this situation, S prime X finish the jobs he had in S prime. Okay, so the trick is we are now sort of picking out the jobs in situations S prime, and we have set up individual situations S prime for individual man. And so via quantification over situations plus the matching function, we can sort of indirectly mimic these apparent bound variable dependencies that involve individuals. Okay. So the strategy is, in a way, it's the same strategy or a similar strategy that is also routinely employed in the semantics of E-type pronouns, where quantification over individuals is replaced or is mimicked via quantification over situations. And so if you have, if a man is in Athens, he's not in Megara, the way you analyze it roughly is every minimal situation that contains a man in Athens. So you're, in a way, you are qualifying over minimal situations with a man in Athens in it, which means that is, you are basically qualifying over men in Athens. And then you sort of say, well, every minimal such situation can be matched with a situation where the unique man in that situation is not in Megara. Okay. So a similar story here, that what looks like quantification over individuals is mimicked by quantification over situations. So that is the proposal. Okay, so the conclusion, it seems that once we have a semantics based on events or situations, the core cases of implicit qualifier restrictions are already accounted for. And so any additional theory of domain restriction would now commit itself to a lot of overlap. So that's how I'm trying to carve out my space. Yeah, okay. An important topic that I will just really scratch the surface of here is what the impact of presuppositions on domain restrictions is. This is an important topic that probably a whole course could be devoted to, but I think it would not be good to just not talk about this topic at all, because it is a very important, presuppositions are a very important source for implicit domain restrictions. In particular, also presuppositions that come in with focus, for example. Okay. So at least I want to struggle in front of you with this issue too, which is, it's not so easy. And again, I start with the easy cases. The episodic cases are the easy cases. The quantificational, the generic cases, these are the hard cases here. And so let's sort of take a sentence that's inspired by a similar sentence you find in Schubert and Pelletier. Something like all cats landed on their feet. And what that means is, of course, you're not claiming that all cats landed on their feet, but only, well, here, I mean, it is a contextually select group, a contextually salient group to begin with. But we also sort of understand this as all cats, that fell or were dropped to begin with, landed on their feet. In order to land on your feet, you have to fall to begin with. Okay, and so that's the kind of restriction that we are interested in. And as I said, the episodic cases, they're not hard on the approach I'm proposing, because here, here, the proposition expressed by this sentence, it's a set of situations and a property of situations, and you sort of get it by here, quantification, lambda abstracting over this variable here. What I've done here already is I've applied the proposition expressed by the sentence to a particular variable that is here left free. And so that is the variable whose value is meant to come from the context of use. And so I made it red. So this is the contextually, the variable whose values have to be contextually filled. Okay, and so that is easy. What we can say here is this is a claim about a particular situation, a contextually salient situation. Here, land on its feet creates a presupposition that can only be satisfied if the individuals that are claimed to land on their feet, if they fall to begin with. And the idea is that in order, that presupposition can now very indirectly constrain the choice of the topic situation, because if you choose the wrong topic situation, you will end up with an utterance that is non-felicitous. So the argument would be the very same here as the argument you would make for the influence a presupposition can have on the domain restriction variable C. For example, same kind of argument that in order to get a felicitous utterance to begin with, you better choose an appropriate topic situation. The presuppositions, in a way, they give you a hint as to which topic situation to choose. And so that would be, in a way, same kind of argument. But that's the easy cases. So let's just move one step further, still not the most difficult case. Here we have something like a cat always landed on its feet. So maybe you are witnessing some demonstration of what cats can do in a circus, and I'm sort of talking about such an event and tell you, well, it was really very interesting. A cat always landed on its feet there. So there were many cats, and they were dropped, and they always land on their feet. Again, I think here a similar story. I've tried to spell out what the analysis would say as best as I could. Here, again, this is our topic situation. This is the reference situation here that we're talking about. And so the idea is that we would qualify over sub-situations of the topic situation that contain exactly one cat. This employs here an analysis of the indefinite article that Implicatures proposed. And so what he proposed is that there's really a uniqueness requirement that comes with a cat. And so I've employed this here just for concreteness. And so here, then you're talking about matching situations here that are all situations where the unique cat in S prime in this situation lands on its feet. Okay. So here again, we can say the same thing, that in order for this kind of utterance to be felicitous, you better choose an appropriate topic situation. You better choose the situation in such a way that no infelicity arises. And again, the argument would be the same as if you had of the same kind as if you had a C variable, domain restriction variable. And so this is really the hard case. And so this is where I have to struggle a little bit, and I'll be curious to see what you think about this. And so here we are making a generic claim about cats. So a cat who falls, that's the implicit restriction, always lands on its feet. And so here, I've relied on this assumption earlier. Here, our reference situation is the actual world. So here, this is a claim about the actual world as a whole. And that makes it now difficult, of course, for those presuppositions to constrain the situation we are talking about. So I can't use that move here. And so here's an attempt. So these generic statements, what they seem to be, they are modal statements. So we're making a modal claim about the actual world, namely that situations that are accessible from the actual world is now what we are qualifying over. So it's a claim about all possible situations of a particular contextually provided kind in which there is a unique cat can be matched with appropriate situations in which the cat, the unique cat in those situations, lands on its feet. And so here I had to rely on another contextually, on another context variable here, namely the variable that is responsible for giving us an accessibility relation that is always something that a modal needs. Okay, so I had to rely on this, and the hope is now that presuppositions constrain the choice of accessibility relation in the appropriate way, so that the situations here are all situations where cats drop or cats fall. Okay, so that is the proposal here. Okay. So I'm sure you have some comments here, because that's a little bit a risky proposal. Okay. So the idea is, okay, we need these accessibility relations anyway. They're independently needed. I have sort of realized this proposal here by positing an accessibility relation variable here. It's a free variable, so it receives its value from the context of use. And so once we have that, presuppositions can indirectly constrain the possible values. And in this case, the possible values, we would be looking at only situations. In order to get a felicitous statement, we would only look at situations in which cats drop to begin with or fall to begin with. Yes?
You don't have a minimality condition there on situations,
No, I didn't. This is why I just used Orin Perkis's semantics for the indefinite article just to avoid talking about minimal situations. I think it's a good way. We can discuss whether that is the right semantics for the indefinite article, but in this case, I just wanted to give you a concrete formula to discuss, and that seemed to be the easiest way of guaranteeing uniqueness of cat per situation that you would otherwise guarantee by a minimality condition. So here, I mean, here, I mean, here. So here there is. We were talking about we're qualifying over situations that each have a unique cat in it, and that's exactly what Orin Perkis proposes. And I mean, again, I think we may sort of discuss whether that's exactly the right approach to.
Lots of situations that may contain lots of things that have.
Yeah, but here, I mean, what's important here is that we can sort of pick up the cat we introduced here with a definite description again, and so it does. I mean, it gives you the same effect here. And I just relied on his analysis for the purpose of this formalization, so as I don't have to talk about minimal situations, which is difficult as we Now we would have to get into the issue that Francois saved me from the other day, where I sort of was starting. I started making an argument that it is really quite complicated to make clear what notion of minimality we need when we talk about, say, the minimal situation in which, what did we have? The minimal situation in which it rains in Paris. I mean, if we say it rained in Paris exactly 5 times last month, then intuitively we do not seem to say that there are exactly 5 minimal rain situations in Paris last month. We are sort of counting somehow periods of uninterrupted rain in some way. Okay. What Francois pointed out at the time is that in this case, you seem to always use the passé simple in French. Hence, you have already applied a perfective operator, and it could be the job of that perfective operator to give us those extended periods of time. And so the question is whether that always goes through. I've avoided the issue here by just using Oren-Perkins' semantics of the indefinite article for the purposes of illustration. Yeah. Okay. So I expected a lot of difficulties with presenting that part because I'm not at all completely sure about this, and so just maybe think up something deadly. Okay, something even more difficult. These are the residual cases, and then I have the Bavarian data that I absolutely want to show. So the residual cases, this is what's hard for me anyway, so I'm all too happy to skip all of those, but let's look at some. So this is, I do not think that is difficult. I found this note in a bathroom in York. It left me completely baffled. I had no idea what to do. But I think that is a case maybe we shouldn't worry about, because there are taboos involved, they're implicit, we know what the extent is, we know how to use a bathroom, and so we just, I think nothing interesting to say about those cases. So we shouldn't have to invent a theory of domain restriction for cases like that. Okay, so that is easy. Little harder cases, whenever I go to a party, everyone comments on my haircut, an example due to Keifen-Fintel. And so what the restriction that he thought about was that, well, not literally everyone comments on my haircut, maybe just everyone I talk to. And that's certainly not a presupposition of comment that comes in via comment. I mean, I can comment on somebody's somebody can comment on my haircut without me talking to that person. Okay. So here, I mean, what I would say is in those cases, I mean, you can just accuse the speaker of exaggerating. I mean, if he comes home and says, everybody commented on my haircut, I say, you exaggerate. And so again, I would say maybe this is not a core case, just let it go. We are able to figure out other people's communicative intentions, let things pass from time to time. So, I mean, that's what I would say here. Here is a case due to Sally McConnell-Ginet. So she has a dialogue where somebody asks, how did the party go? And then K responds, says, great, but not everyone was there when we cut the cake. So what does everyone refer to? Maybe in this case, everyone who attended the party at some point during the evening. Another reply here in the dialogue. Somebody says, great, but not everyone could come. Here we sort of understand that it may be not everyone who was invited. One thing I would recommend in examples like this is to turn them into qualified examples, because the qualified examples are always tell us more. Here, I mean, à la rigueur, everyone could also be just referential. It could refer to a group of people. Also, of course, if the topic situation is referential, then the speaker may refer to various types of topic situations that do not have to be made explicit. So let's sort of see what happens if we turn it into a genuine qualificational case. And so at most weddings, not everyone is there when the bride cuts the cake. What do you think about this? Usually when my neighbors have a party, not everyone can come. And I think that is a little strange, sort of slightly. You sort of think, oh, you must have something in mind. I mean, the restriction doesn't come naturally, I think, in those cases. What do you think, Nathan?
The natural restriction is to whoever is invited to that party.
To the invitee?
Of the party, yeah. Usually when my neighbors have a party, not everyone who they invite can come. I mean, that's the way
I mean, that's how you maybe work it out after a while, but it is usually when my neighbors have a party, not everyone can come. Okay, yeah.
Presupposition of being able to come is not being there yet. So maybe, are we first to quantify other people who aren't there yet, and then we find not comment.
Yeah, I mean we can. I mean these are cases. If you have a domain restriction variable C, then you have certain properties of individuals that may come to mind, and you can fill them in. The examples are difficult for me because I can't make that move. I have to resist from that move. So I can have, either can work with presuppositions, or I can work with topic situations. And so these qualified examples are always a little bit more difficult, and this is why I'm presenting them here.
But I wonder what you can say about restricting the topic situation. When my neighbors have a party, not everyone can come.
Yeah, I mean that would be a possibility if there is, a particular group of people involved, then it's fine. Yeah.
Well, that's not what I mean. I mean in a sort of temporal, a spatial sense. So I'm wondering if we can restrict the situation to one that's actually before the party.
So I let those examples stand as they are, as the residual cases, and I mean the question is, given that the core cases fall out without cost, do you need a special theory for those residual cases? Do you want to pay the price? Maybe that's the case. Or do you want to say, okay, there are some cases, these cases are really like the case of the bathroom in York, where we somehow figure it out. There's no particular theory needed to tell us how we figure it out. Maybe that's what I'd like to say in the end. But this is the challenge. These cases are the challenge. So in a way, the argument is different. It's not, that there is a theory of domain restrictions here, and we have to sort of test it against all possible examples. And so the claim is really there is no theory of domain restrictions. And if you do one, then you buy yourself a lot of overlap. And do you think these residual cases are worth the trouble then? So that's basically the argument. And so now we can look at the pronounced situation variables. So I have, when I've talked about this material before, usually people have come forward and given me another phenomenon of this kind. Here, I sort of mentioned that briefly on Saturday. The cases I know of is I all of a sudden discovered myself. I just became conscious of the way I talked to, I think it was my mother or brother or sister. I sort of found that I threw in a lot of das, which made my own speech sound all of a sudden very strange to me. Anyway, very just like da 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 da. So you talk like a little child. This is how it sounded to myself. And all of a sudden I realized, this is actually quite interesting, and tried to find more data of this kind. One possibility, I'll try this out this time, would be just to listen how my relatives talk. But it's very hard to come by those data because they only exist in the most informal registers. And so I looked at recordings, at dialect recordings, and these are Bavarian recordings of the Bavarian comic Karl Valentin. And I mentioned that already on Saturday, but these recordings, they're in various registers all by themselves. And the most da I found were when he really talks very Bavarian. Okay, so the pronouns, they sound like da and na. In my own dialect, I don't have any na. I'm from an area, I am from Bavaria, but not from a Bavarian-speaking area. I'm from a Swabian, a Alemannic-speaking area. And so I only have da. I don't have na. Also, I mean, I'm not a very heavy dialect speaker to begin with, so it is really a matter of register here. So this is not per se a dialect feature. I think it's a feature that maybe any speaker of the standard language has perfect intuitions about. It is just, I think it is probably the informality of the dialect speaking situation that brings them out. And so here you see topic, situation, pronouns. I'm not sure whether I'm going to read these sentences in the presence of speakers of Bavarian varieties. Is there? What about these other Austrians? Oh, you know.
But I'm not speaking Bavarian variety.
Oh, you also speak? Oh, you okay. I'll just pronounce them in the way I would pronounce them. As I said, this is not a dialect feature per se. It's a feature of informal speak. Da ist gestern früh zum Beispiel, da ist ein rechter Sturmwind gegangen, da habe ich meine Steine nicht dabei gehabt. So here you have it every time here, you have it in the left periphery. So in CP. Hier, same story, da zahlt man eine Mark Eintritt und da sieht man einen ganz gewöhnlichen Spatzen. Here we have the da in the left periphery. Here we have it lower down. Was riecht denn da so komisch? What's the strange smell? Da brandelt was. Here it's again in the left periphery. This is interesting. Here it is in the consequent of a conditional. Wenn Sie keinen Strom dazu brauchen, da kann doch die Lampe nicht brennen. So if you don't need any electricity for it, in that case, the lamp can't burn. This is in a counterfactual. Yes, you have.
So am I right that these seem to trigger syntactically verb second?
Yes, they do.
But the overt but unpronounced situation variables do not trigger.
That is an interesting. Okay, so that is an interesting point. Yeah.
But
so.
I know other pronouns in German, if you simply have them but fail to pronounce them, they also do trigger verb second.
like the topic, the usual topic deletion. Habe ich schon gesehen, kenne ich schon. Okay, so that is a very good point. So if these, so if these pronouns, yeah, I see, that is a good point. So what I would have to say is that in that case, they just stay within the TP. They cannot be topicalized overtly. And then, but of course, I mean, you're quite right, then you have to say, well, this topic deletion that we do find in German, we would then have to say, yeah, something special about this. Yeah, okay, so that is, yeah, that, yes.
Actually, years ago I was investigating this topic drop phenomenon, and there are a number of cases in which you have verb first. I mean, you pronounce the verb first position. And then clearly there's a missing object or subject or whatever. But then there are some cases that look like genuine verb first, if you recall the conversation and so on. And then Cornelia Hamann, who's a speaker, right, said that in these cases she sort of felt the presence of an invisible da. She said, well, I interpret it as if there was a da that is not pronounced.
I see.
So maybe that, even that can function as a zero element in the left periphery.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, in this case, I mean, they sound like the Grimm brothers. Yeah, ist ein Mann in den Wald gegangen, something like that. Is a man gone to the wood? It's true. Yeah, so you can. Okay, so I'm saved. I'm saved from Philippe. Okay, so they can. Yeah, it's true. I mean, in these kind of static statements. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay, here the na, as I said, this is not part of my dialect, but again, it appears in the consequent of a counterfactual conditional, sort of meaning in those situations, in those cases. Then a few NP internal, wirst doch nicht streiten wegen den 2 Billetten da. So the tickets there, you won't get into a fight because of those tickets there. Das werden sich saudumm anhören, wenn die Wölfe da zwitschern würden. That would really sound stupid if the wolves da there chirped. Little summary of what the properties of da is. So da is a pronominal that in a way combines local and temporal uses, and that's why it's interesting here. So it can be used both to refer to time intervals and to locations. And that, of course, suggests that maybe what it really refers to is situations, because situations are combine spatial or have both spatial and temporal properties. So they have spatio-temporal properties. Also used in the consequent of conditionals. So we can have bound variable uses. Then it does seem to occupy designated positions within nominal and extended verbal projections. So it can appear in the left periphery, but it can also appear within the tense projection, it seems, and also within the nominal projection. Yeah, so this is the next topic. Yeah, the question maybe already sort of asked it last time is, what kind of beast is this pronoun? I was wondering, because it is really, I think, it's just wiped out by normative pressures. So you should, in a way, you should find it. I mean, the expectation is you should find it in abundance with children, and you somehow just don't pronounce. At some point, you don't pronounce them anymore, or you only pronounce a few. You do preserve very clear intuitions about where those pronouns can go or cannot go. And so what kind of a beast is this? It doesn't really fall into any category of known pronouns I've encountered before. I mean, it's not, that you could say, like other non-overt pronouns, that, yes?
It seems to me that in the reference that you could see very quickly on the screen, there were a lot of reference to non-configuration in languages. And could not it be the case that exists pronounced to appear in all languages is precisely because they are configuration? What I mean is that, let's say you say two apples in a non-configurational language, it's not a constituent. In fact, what you are obliged to say is two, that, apple, that. And it's, you combine with demonstratives. And I think that
you always
in all languages.
So you know the languages you work on have that property?
Yes.
So you always need a demonstrative there? So
you could, let's say you said two apples, you could incorporate a classifier on two, and you could incorporate a classifier on apple to say that you are speaking about the same type of objects. So apples is not good, let's say bananas, but that you are speaking of arm-like objects. And what are these kind of things? And I think that they tell you what the constituents are related to. And of course, in all languages, well, of course, in my opinion, in all languages that are configurational and that have a lot of compositionality, we don't need that anymore. Or we don't need, or let's say it's even, as you say, people find it strange or childish or not very clever. But I think it's very interesting. But I think that these elements are anti-elements that are helping you to combine.
Yeah, I mean, semantically, I know what they do in a way. I mean, if it is right that they really saturate an argument position. So
we don't speak in a configuration.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea why the last NP internal ones, they seem to go with definite NPs,
I see.
quantified ones, but never with indefinite. It sounds very strange.
I need it. Manche da.
Jeder Mann da ist okay.
Jeder da.
Der Mann
Manche
da.
Frauen da. That's okay. Manche ist okay.
Ja.
Einige Frauen da. That's also okay.
Ein Mann.
Zwei Frauen. Ein Mann da. Oh, perfect.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Menschen da. I mean, maybe their existential plurals are a little bit stretched. I think with existential bare plurals, we would not, I think they do not sound as good. And that may be interesting, actually, because in those cases, there are these arguments in the temporal domain that Muzan gave, that if you have these predicative existentials, then their time argument cannot be contextually filled. And so that's an interesting fact. Maybe a similar argument could be made in this case if you have really weak, very weak existentials, that the situation argument cannot be contextually supplied with a value. So that would be interesting. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I just can offer you those variables. And here at the very end, I asked the question already. I just want to throw it out in this way. We have three types of context variables: the matching function variable, the accessibility relation variable, and the situation variable. I've shown you arguments that we do quantify over those situation variables. I have not shown you any arguments that we truly quantify over matching function variables or accessibility function variables. So that's a point that would have to be reinvestigated, in particularly under the assumption that we have the situation variables to begin with. I mean, it's probably easy to say, if you say, well, everyone has to go home now, it's easy to say, well, we could have different obligations for different people here. But that's not good enough to show that we really have qualification over accessibility relations, because the quantificational effect may be mediated by quantification over sub-situations. And so we really have to separate those out, and so I'll just leave it to you as a little task. If I had to bet, my guess would be that neither matching function variables nor accessibility relation variables can be quantified over. That would be, I mean, if I had to bet, that would be my bet, and so that they therefore do not have to be represented in the syntax. Yes, now you have a question.
For the Boulos examples, don't you have to say that the matching function is actually existentially quantified? Because if you negate a Boulos of the sentence, I doubt that for every birth there is a death, or I doubt that for every death there is a birth. And you're making a very strong statement. If you didn't have quantification, you wouldn't.
So that, so that would be a possibility. I'm actually, you know, that gets us into an interesting question that relates, of course, to the choice function variable that has been argued to be existentially qualified in the downward entailing context. I'm not entirely convinced by those arguments, and so that would be something to discuss. But it's definitely, that's exactly the connection. You would make the same kind of argument, and yeah. So I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. So I'm very well aware that we only have 1.5 hours to discuss this topic. A lot more would be needed. And so what I will do is I will first give you a little overview of what I believe the data situation is. So that will be the first. And then I will give a very sketchy account of one batch of data and a more elaborate account of another batch of data, and the rest will be for the future. So that's how I will proceed. As I said, this is a provocative title here, and the plot is the same as with implicit domain restrictions. I will argue that once we have a semantics based on events and situations, which we independently seem to need, then the core facts about scalar implicatures just simply fall out from that. And so that would mean that we do not need a theory of conversational or scalar implicatures, let's say. And any separate theory of scalar implicatures would by itself a lot of overlap. So it's the same type of argument I'd like to make. Okay, so let's see how that would go. Review of core facts. And so there's a first batch of examples, and these are the familiar facts. Understand you had another course already on implicatures, so you probably are fed up with the data, but here there are again. So we have a sentence like, there are 3 cups in the closet, and the default interpretation of sentences of this kind is there are exactly 3 cups in the closet. So when we have numerals in positive context, we tend to understand them with an exactly reading rather than with an at least reading. Okay. Then exclusive or is another example. If I have a sentence like her right foot or her left foot is in the water, we usually understand this claim as saying that either her right foot or her left foot is in the water, not both. And another area, when we have a determiner like some of her toes are in the water, the default interpretation of this is some, but not all of her toes are in the water. Okay, so little reflection on those data. It seems to be the case that those exactly readings for numerals, the exclusive reading for disjunction, and the some but not all reading for some, in those cases is available without any extra effort. And in particular, no contrastive focusing is necessary. And I think that is an important part of those data. So let's just check this out a little bit. So we have Paul ate some of the eggs. The implicature that Paul didn't eat all of the eggs seems to be available without any contrasted focus on some. And so here I have tried out various types of contrasted focusing with the same sentence. And so we have to check now whether the implicature, some but not all, survives this experiment here. So we have Paul ate some of the eggs. Paul ate some of the eggs. I think we still conclude that he didn't eat all of the eggs. Paul ate some of the eggs. Same story. Paul ate some of the eggs, or Paul did eat some of the eggs. I think the implicature survives in all of those cases. Now contrast this with another case where we seem to get an implicature. So we have the negative case here. Paul didn't eat all of the eggs. And here it seems to be the case that the implicature that Paul ate some of the eggs is not available without contrasted focus on all. And so we can do the experiment again we did before. So we have Paul didn't eat all of the eggs. Okay, that does seem to suggest that he ate some of them. But now we have Paul didn't eat all of the eggs. And there's no suggestion, I think, that he ate some of the eggs. Paul didn't eat all of the eggs. Paul didn't eat all of the eggs. And Paul didn't eat all of the eggs. And so in each of those cases, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I think the suggestion that he ate some of the eggs does not survive. And so there seem to be, there's a family of scalar implicatures that seems to be inherently connected to contrastive focus. And there's another family of scalar implicatures that is not dependent on contrastive focus. And so if any of those implicatures are meant to fall out from a semantics based on situations and events alone, the class that we expect to fall out is the class of implicatures that is not inherently connected to contrastive focus. Those implicatures that are inherently connected to contrastive focus, we expect those to be derivable in interaction with the theory of focus, and I'm not going to develop that here. So the idea is that implicatures that are inherently connected to focus, contrastive focus in this sense, they should be, we expect them to derivable in interaction with the theory of focus, and I'm not going to do this here. Whatever implicatures we expect to fall out from something else, these are the implicatures that are not inherently connected to focus. So we have to make this distinction in the data. So does this go? I see frowning, but not yet protest. Well, the argument comes again, so you have some time to think about it. Okay, so this is just a conclusion here. So implicatures that depend on contrastive focus should be derivable by a theory of focus. And we do not expect them to simply fall out from a semantics based on events or situations. So the second type of core facts I'd like to look at is contextual cancellation. The scenario I'm going to look at is due to Kristen Surratt, who sort of concocted this story. So here we have a scenario, and we can use that scenario as we go along. So Kristen Surratt, she's a psycholinguist working on acquisition, so she is always very good in coming up with appropriate scenarios here. So here we have this director of a camp is upset because there is so much laundry to do, and he thinks the campers have been very wasteful. He summons all of the little campers together to interrogate them and get to the bottom of the matter. This could be immediately after the morning shower. So this concerns one day's towel usage. He begins by saying that being wasteful is when you use more than one towel. So he asks. So that's our scenario. It's the story. So here we have the first type of question. The director says, did anybody use 2 towels? And the child says, I did. In fact, I used 3. And so that is a typical case of what I'd like to call contextual cancellation of an implicature. Now, contextual cancellation is not always possible. So here's a little dialogue where contextual cancellation does not seem to be possible. So suppose here that the director of the summer camp asks each of the children as they come out of the shower this question here: how many towels did you use? And the child says, I used 2. In fact, I used 3. So here, contextual cancellation or suspension of the implicature doesn't seem to be possible. Here, the child is really correcting herself. So we could say, I used 2. No, I was wrong. I used 3. So this does not seem to be a case of contextual cancellation. So here we have a correction. And so that is something that eventually has to be explained. So in what kinds of contexts can scalar implicatures be canceled? So we do want to have a systematic answer to that question. Third type of facts, cancellation in negative contexts. So let's look at those. The implicature seems to disappear here. She denied that some of her toes were in the water. And I continue. She insisted that all of them were. That seems a little incoherent. Okay. It shouldn't be incoherent if what we're saying here is she denied that some but not all of her toes were in the water. She insisted that all of them were. That seems to be okay. Okay, the implicature can be retained, but again, it can only be retained with the help of contrastive focus, and that's important here. She denied that merely, or even putting in merely, she denied that merely some of her toes were in the water. She insisted that all of them were, so that's perfectly coherent. Here again, a case where the implicature seems to disappear. The witness denied that the defendant had neglected or abused her children. He insisted that she had neglected and abused them. Seems incoherent. But with contrastive focus, we can retain the implicature. The witness denied that the defendant had neglected or abused her children. He insisted that she had neglected and abused them. So with contrastive focus, the implicature can be retained. Same story now with numerals. I would be surprised if there were 3 cups in the cupboard. There must be at least 4. Slightly maybe less, so I see Danny. With numerals, they are usually a little less sharp, but still a little strange. And the implicature can easily be retained with contrastive focus. I would be surprised if there were merely 3 cups in the cupboard. There must be at least 4. Okay. And the data situation, as I take it, is then again, as in the positive case, we do not expect implicatures that depend on contrastive focus to simply fall out from a semantics based on events and situations. And conversely, we do not, the disappearance of scalar implicatures in negative context, they do not seem to depend on the presence of contrastive focus. And so we would not want a theory of focus to derive those facts because they don't depend on focus. Third type of facts is, these are the Levinson facts, facts discussed by Levinson in his book on presumptive meanings. Presumptive meanings, that's what it's called? Yeah, okay. Levinson. This book, you can look at it via the Cognate link. You can look at it for free. It's presumptive meanings. Published by MIT Press. And available via, you can't print it, but you can look at it. cognate. Okay, so here we have data of this kind. Any mother with 3 children qualifies for maternity leave. Here it is understood that if a mother has 4, 5, 6 children, she qualifies as well. And so here what is suggested is an interpretation where 3 children is understood as at least 3 children. So that contrasts with 2. Any mother with 3 children, any mother with 3 children is happier than any mother with 4. And so here we seem to have the exact interpretation of the numeral, but you sort of saw I was stumbling here over the intonation. When I first read it, I didn't put a contrastive focus on 3, and something went wrong. And so here with this example, I just put this example up because it is one of the original Levinson examples. Here in this particular example, we seem to need contrastive focus. But this doesn't seem to be necessary to get an exact interpretation here. So you could have something like this. Any mother with 3 children can be housed in a room with 4 beds. And so here again, that suggests an exact interpretation of 3 children, and no contrastive focus is necessary. And so that is an important fact. We have downward entailing contexts, namely the antecedents of conditionals, and also the restrictors of qualifiers like all or other universal qualifiers. And so what we see here is that whether we do get an exact interpretation or at least interpretation seems to be a contextual fact. That is important because it suggests that we should not look for theories that imply too close a connection between implicature, cancellation, and downward entailing contexts. So what we saw is that in negative contexts, these implicatures seem to disappear without effort. So that seems to be the default interpretation. The same is not true. The same is not true for other downward entailing contexts. So in the antecedents of conditionals or in the restrictions of universal qualifiers, we do seem to have a contextual phenomenon. This was actually confirmed in experimental work done by Gennaro Chiecchia and Lynn Fraser. So they got they got basically this kind of result. It wasn't a result they wanted to get, in fact, but that's what they got, that in those contexts, whether the implicature is canceled or not seems to be a contextual matter. Here, same kind of fact. Here we are talking about the antecedent of conditionals. If you consumed some of those cookies, you must be a saint. One would be enough to put you off the rest. And so here, the context suggests that, of course, if he consumed all of them, then he would be even more of a saint. So here we seem to have the weak reading for some. In 2, the context suggests a strong reading. If you ate some of the cookies and no one else had any, then there must still be some left. And so if you conclude that there must still be some left, then you seem to have inferred that if he ate some of the cookies, he didn't eat all of them. So here, what is suggested is a strong reading for some. Okay, the assessment, again, just to repeat, the fact that we do find contextually triggered cancellation of implicatures in the antecedent of conditionals and the restrictions of universal qualifiers cast doubt on any analysis that implies too tight a connection between implicature cancellation and downward entailing context. So that's what I want to conclude. And I think that's in agreement with what Danny says too, right? So, yeah. Okay. So this is, any questions about the data so far? Or you need a little time to think about. So what I've emphasized is that we should separate implicatures that come about without contrastive focus from implicatures that come about or are only available with contrasted focus. And so I'll only have anything to say about the first kind. The second kind should come out from a theory of focus. And the second important fact about the data was that contextual cancellation is not always available. It sort of depends on the context. And ideally, we do want to have a characterization of the contexts that do make it possible to cancel an implicature. And the third fact about the data was that it doesn't seem to be true that all downward entailing contexts behave the same with respect to implicature cancellation. There seems to be a special role of negation and the antecedents of conditionals and the restrictions of universal qualifiers. But what we see here is just contextual cancellation. All depends on the context. Okay, still no. You really let me get away with a lot. Maybe you should get a coffee. I want somebody to. You can't agree with what I'm saying. I just don't believe it. Because it's saying a lot anyway. I packed a lot into this, even the first characterization of the data. Okay. Now the proposal is, suppose numerals always have the exactly reading. But now we are working in a situation semantics, in a semantics based in situations. And so there are three cups. But the proposition expressed here would be one that is true in any situation in which there are exactly three cups. Okay? So this kind of denotation assigns to the sentence a non-persistent interpretation. And so what that means is a proposition is persistent just in case, whenever it's true in a situation, it is also true in any super situation. Okay. So here, there are three cups. If we interpret it in this way, it could be true. Let me see, so we have a picture of this here. So it could be true in a small situation that there are exactly three cups. But the small situation may be part of a bigger situation in which there are more cups. So the truth, if the proposition is not persistent, then it may be true in a smaller situation like this one, but it may no longer be true once you look at a bigger chunk of the world. Okay. And so that is, let's go back. Oh, what's happening? Nothing is happening anymore. Okay. So here, that's the proposal about numerals. Similar proposal about or. So the proposal is, well, or is always exclusive or. And so there's wine or bread. Proposition expressed is true in a situation if there's bread or wine in that situation, but not both. Similar story, this is a non-persistent proposition. I have this. Oh yeah, here. Here's the illustration. So here's somebody, she has both her feet in the water, in the world, the actual world, but there is a sub-situation here, and in that situation, it's true that either her right foot or her left foot is in the water, but not both. Happens to be the right foot. Okay. And so that, again, sort of illustrates it could be true in a smaller part of the world that just one of the disjuncts is true. But then once we sort of extend our focus to bigger chunks of the world, we have a different situation. So here, her right foot and her left foot are in the water. Okay. And then similar story for our last case. So some always means some, but not all. And so some of the cups are plastic, would express the proposition that's true in any situation in which some, but not all, of the cups in S are plastic. And again, propositions of this kind could be true in a small part of the world, but then become false if we look at bigger chunks of the world. Okay, so these are non-persistent propositions again. And here you have the illustration with the toes. Here you have a situation where all of her toes are in the water, but that doesn't exclude the case where there is a substitution here where some but not all of her toes are in the water. In fact, whenever you have a situation where all of her toes are in the water, there are always substitutions where some but not all of her toes are in the water. So it is that kind of thinking that comes in with a situation semantics. Yes?
Yeah. So people often give examples of scalar implicatures that involve more complicated things. So for instance, guess what sentence that Nathan used at some point was, John has a degree from Cal State. And so you typically understand that he doesn't have a degree from any place better than Cal State.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But, as far as I know, the data are very similar to those that you have with other scalar implicatures, though of course, I might be wrong in this. But if this is the case, I wonder where you can kind of make the kind of lexical decisions that are crucial to it here, because a degree from Cal State is just, words that have an independent semantics.
But that's a case where contrastive focus comes in, right? And so, what Nathan talks about, he talks about only. Is that what you have in mind?
But I think independent only. If you say just out of the blue, John has a degree from Cal State, I believe that in at least many environments you're going to understand.
So just without contrastive.
Again, I meant
okay. That would be one of the cases to investigate. What I'm sort of doing here is to sort of look. It's in a way, if you will, it's an investigation of how much is it that we already get for free, and then we have the other cases, and of course, then the task is to tell a good story about the other cases. So we'll have to dissect the residual cases, and
But it really depends how the data are going to turn out. But the redundancy argument might cut both ways, because it might be that even in a situation semantics, then you need some totally different account for these other scalar implicatures, and then really all bets are off.
Yeah. So that would be the challenge. That would be exactly the challenge. It would be, in the end, it would be a struggle about overlap, because the accusation right now is overlap, and then you sort of come with another data and set of data. Yeah. So that's exactly. That's how the argumentation would go. And so let's maybe sort of just see at the moment how much we can squeeze out just of the situation approach all by itself. And then in a way, that will be hopefully the end of the session. The challenge is out, and so it can go home and But what I like is really that it's that kind of territorial struggle. It's about overlap. It's not about how would you do this or that in your theory, because it's no theory, and it's about overlap. Yeah. Okay. So that would be one case where we do get other types of inferences. We have to show that they're not dependent on focus, that only is not involved. And how do we get that? There's this whole, even simpler cases. We have other types of implicatures, like, it's warm out there, for example. Even that case. Usually you get the implicature, it's not hot. The question is, how would that kind of thing come out? And so, just to give you already all the food to chew on. Okay. Now, contextual cancellation, you'll get a sketch. Okay, so here, cancellation was possible. So remember the story was the summer camp. The director of the summer camp is asking, did anybody use 2 towels? And it seems to me that what this question is asking is whether there is a situation in which somebody used exactly 2 towels. Of course, if this wasn't just a sketch, we would ideally have a theory of the semantics and pragmatics of questions that tells us that, why this question is asking whether there is a situation in which somebody used exactly 2 towels. So in the end, we want to have a theory that tells you why this question asks this thing here. Here I'm just appealing to your intuitions, and again, I hope I will get away with that. So this question here seems to ask, well, is there a situation in which somebody used exactly 2 towels? And now, of course, if there's a situation where people use 3 or 4 or 5 towels, there are always also situations where somebody used exactly 2 towels. Okay, so that is, again, that's the situation perspective. So we just, let me maybe erase this part here. So that's the trick I'm going to impose on you. So here, whenever we have a situation where somebody uses, how many do we have? 5. And here, yeah, suppose there are situations like this. There are always situations where somebody used exactly 2 towels. Okay. And so if the question indeed asked whether there is a situation in which somebody used exactly 2 towels, then you could say, yes, I did. In fact, I used 3. So that's the idea. You can do what is perceived as cancellation by saying, okay, there is a situation in which somebody used exactly 2 towels, but in fact, there are also situations where exactly 3, exactly 4, exactly 5 towels were used. Okay. So that is the idea. And this contrasts with questions of this kind. And again, I would ideally like all of this to follow from the semantics and the pragmatics of the question, and I think it can be made to follow, but it's a little work. So here, the question is about a particular situation, S, and asked how many towels were used in S. And remember, the scenario was that this director of the summer camp, he asked each child in turn, when they come out of the shower, how many towels did you use? And so that is a question about a particular situation and not about the existence of a situation. And if it is about a particular situation, if the kid says, I used 2, then what the kid claimed is that she used exactly 2 in the situation the question was about. Okay. And so that means that if she now continues, in fact, I used 3, this is a correction or a contradiction. So that's the sketch of how contextual cancellation would work. Yeah?
Relative, I mean, could you say within your way you're thinking about these things that this question asks not about a particular situation, but what is the number such that there is a towel such that there is a situation where you used exactly that number? And then what we're supposed to give is the conjunction of all the true answers.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, I've talked a little bit in the first lectures about this Austinian perspective where assertions are taken to be as about particular situations. And so then we could follow up just in the same spirit, arguing that questions are often or can be about particular situations. And in the 4th lecture that isn't going to be the 4th lecture here, I was actually planning to give you more motivation for this Austinian view for questions, for embedded questions too. So there is some independent motivation, I believe, to even construe embedded questions as pairs consisting of a situation, the race situation the question is about, and a question denotation, say a question extension. So there's some independent motivation for that. Yeah.
The previous question was interpreted not as a question about a particular situation.
That was the yes-no question.
The yes-no question.
Yeah.
I'm just asking a formal question. I mean, is it possible that you would get the right results also for this by saying that it's not about a particular situation? So like the difference between the yes-no question and this question is that the yes-no question has only two possibilities.
If it has only two, and if it's true that somebody did, yeah. I mean, the way I don't know. You were already at the LSA, and so I did flesh out that theory a little bit more in terms of exemplifying situations. Yeah, and so yeah. I mean, here in how many tiles did you use? The exemplifying situation are all situations in which you used the same number of tiles that you in fact used in the actual world, and then the idea was that as a matter of pragmatics, the pragmatics of questions tells you that understand the answer as exemplifying the situation that exemplifies the question. So there's a little bit of a more complicated story. Yeah. Okay, what I do want to, yes?
How would you explain the contrast to an answer like exactly true, or a question, how many tiles, exactly.
I'll get to that at the very end. So, I mean, that's a very important question, of course, because now I'm building an exactly meaning into the meanings of the numerals, and we now want to know what's the difference between I used exactly 2 towels and I used 2 towels. So there's a difference, and we now have to reopen the question as to what that difference is. It's a very important question. I'll come back to it right at the end. Okay, I do want to talk about negation. That's sort of the area where I think the situation perspective has the biggest impact on what is happening. And what I'd like to do is I'll approach the topic of negation via interval semantics, just to make clear that nothing of what I'm going to say is really specific to situation semantics. You may not like situation semantics, for example, as Creswell does. Somebody may have objections to situation semantics and say, well, we can do most of what you do with a situation semantics, we can do it just in an interval semantics, where we do not recognize situations, but just intervals, and that's how we build our theory of aspect and tense. Okay, so I'm just trying to get the most conservative attitude here, or as my point of departure, I'll just take the most conservative attitude here with respect to tense semantics. Anybody who deals with the semantics of tense or aspect has to recognize intervals, I think. There's no way around that. And so there is, in fact, there's a very interesting paper by Creswell. And it's in one of the volumes with his papers. I think it's called Interval Semantics and Its Rivals, this volume. The paper is called Interval Semantics and Logical Words. There are 2 versions of the paper. The first version appeared in a German publication, I think published by Günther Narr, and it's reprinted in this volume on interval semantics and its rivals. And what is most interesting about it is the postscript. So what happened is, I mean, Kratzer, he's a logician by nature. What he realized after he had written the first version of the paper, that just about anything about negation went wrong in the first paper. And so there's an extensive discussion on negation here in the postscript. And that is very interesting because if you switch to any kind of partial semantics, be it an interval semantics or event semantics or situation semantics, all of a sudden, everything you've learned about negation, about universal quantification, etc., gets upset. I mean, nothing works quite in the expected way anymore. And so that's why this is a great paper. So it shows you that these difficulties you have within any of those frameworks with negation and all kinds of logical words, it's just inherent in, say, in this case, the interval approach or any partial approach. And it may be difficult, it may be upsetting, but it's unavoidable. So it's not that, I mean, unless, I mean, Danny, you heard me say this last time, unless you just decide, I'm not going to work on tense, or I'm not going to work on aspect, you cannot avoid it. So it's not a choice of framework, I think. So that's why I'm making my point based on interval semantics about negation. Okay, so let's look at a case where we say something. Madeline, a baby, didn't cry yesterday. So we have a reference time yesterday. I have an interval that we are looking at, and what we seem to be saying here is that there's no subinterval of yesterday where Madeline cried. So that's what it seems to mean. Just working through the various Aktionsarten. Merlin didn't draw a picture yesterday. What that seems to say is there's no subinterval of yesterday. There's no subinterval of our reference interval during which Merlin drew a picture. And just here, yet another case, achievement case. Merlin didn't fall yesterday. Again, what that seems to be saying is that there's no subinterval of yesterday where Merlin fell. And so that tells us something about negation in interval semantics. And we want to have at least one type of negation where not P is true at an interval if there's no, at an interval T, say, just in case there's no subinterval of T at which P is true. So that seems to be a plausible type of negation in interval semantics. Okay, still, it's just very, very quiet. You're not, well, Danny knows what's happening next, but you better protest fast. So, too late. Okay. Now this is the question here. Now we're looking at numerals. So we have Merlin didn't sing 5 songs yesterday, and we are looking at 2 possibilities now. What happens if we have the at least interpretation of 5 or more songs as opposed to the exact interpretation. Okay. So here we have Merlin didn't sing 5 songs yesterday. We apply what we've just learned about negation. And we're trying out what happens if we have the at least interpretation here for 5 as opposed to the exact interpretation of 5. And so on the first possibility, what we seem to be saying is that there's no subinterval of yesterday in which Merlin sang 5 or more songs. On the exact interpretation, what we seem to be saying is that there's no subinterval of yesterday in which Merlin sang exactly 5 songs. Question what is right, that's the trick, that's a trap. Don't give an answer, better not. What happens what happens in those cases, the assessment is that it doesn't make any difference whatsoever which one you choose. The 2 statements are equivalent. And so you can can see it here. Just look at the B case. There's no subinterval of yesterday in which Merlin sang exactly 5 songs. Now, what would happen if he sang exactly 6 songs? Well, if he sang exactly 6 songs, so we can just have our little circle again. If he sang exactly 6 songs, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then of course there is a subinterval in which he sang exactly 5. Okay, and so that means even B excludes cases where Merlin sang 6, 7, 8, etc. songs. Okay. Now, if we're just staying within an interval semantics, you could probably come up with examples where the equivalence doesn't hold. I'll get that. Okay, so the big surprise is A and B are equivalent. There's no subinterval of yesterday in which Merlin sang 5 or more songs. It's equivalent to there's no subinterval of yesterday in which Merlin sang exactly 5 songs. And so now you sort of gradually see what's at stake here. What I'm moving towards is a claim that sort of says what you perceive in a way, what you perceive as implicature cancellation is not a case of implicature cancellation. It's just that once you have an independently needed semantics for negation, it's sort of need in any kind of partial semantics, once you have that, the exactly reading and the weak reading, the at least reading, they boil down to the same thing. And that's what has been wrongly perceived as implicature cancellation. So that's how the argument goes. Now, but, and so what it means is whether we posit exactly or at least readings for numerals has no effect whatsoever on the negation. And this fact has been wrongly perceived as implicature cancellation. So that's what I want to say. Now, the argument doesn't quite go through in an interval semantics, but that's due to the limitations of intervals and not anything else. Here's a case. Suppose Merlin, which is a little kid, eats 6 small cookies in one full swoop, so just munches them up immediately. Okay. And so here, in cases like this, there is an interval in which he eats 5 or more cookies, but there's no interval in which he eats exactly 5. Okay, so, yeah. But that we can come up with that example is, it's due to a flaw of interval semantics. In an interval semantics, you can't distinguish really between simultaneous events. And to make that distinction, it's exactly for that reason that people have proposed we need a semantics based on events or situations. Terry Parsons, he had examples of the kind where you have, for example, a soldier, John, a soldier. If you have a soldier gets hit by 3 bullets at the same time, you could describe that, I believe, as saying John was wounded 3 times or something. And but if you just quantify over time intervals, you can't make those distinctions. There's just one time at which he was wounded. And so it is similar here. Once you have an interval semantics, or in an interval semantics, you can't really distinguish. You can't really distinguish between simultaneous events, but that's exactly why you may feel the need to not just stick with an interval semantics. Okay. So, importing the insight now to our situation semantics, we'll just do the same thing. And so you would have maybe a whole family of negations, just as you would have a whole family of universal operators, family of qualifiers in general. And so you could have something like this. And this is one of the, I think, pretty under-researched area. I wish there were more people, in a way, working on this area. What we would want is to now have something like a theory of what is a possible negation in a partial framework. What is a possible universal qualifier in this framework? In earlier work, I've sort of tried to at least put some constraints on what is a possible qualifier, and one of those constraints was persistence. Now, here I've just given up persistence. Danny is nodding, yes. And so that view is not possible. At least it has to be modified. Maybe, persistence comes in at a later point once we sort of compute the notation of a sentence. Maybe there's a persistence requirement at some higher point. But at least it couldn't come in low on, given what I've proposed, because I've just proposed all kinds of non-persistent interpretations for determinants. And so here, this is in a way, would be the regular negation that you expect from just possible world semantics. And then we would also have a strong negation that is here. This is the one modeled after what we seem to need for interval semantics. And so here you get propositions. So for not P expresses a proposition that's true in a situation just in case that situation has no sub-situation in which P is true. So that's just directly modeled after what we had in the interval case. This would be, the weak negation would be just the normal negation. And so we would need some guidelines too. I mean, first we would need, ideally, some guidelines as to what a possible family of negations is like, what kind of, among all the imaginable types of negations, which are the ones that are candidates even for natural language negation. A second kind of guidelines we would need is when, here I'm sort of assuming, okay, we have at least those two. One is weaker than the other. So we would want to have some pragmatic guideline as to which negation to use. The proposal I'd like to try out, and it will become relevant a little later, what I'd like to try out is to say, well, use something like the strongest meaning hypothesis. Like always use, and that was where the Kratzer spirit would come in, always use the strongest negation that is compatible with what you want to say. So that, let's just tentatively, the logician, now we needed you because here we're just messing with negation. So, yeah. Yeah.
Say a prediction, so like we kind of have two meanings under negation, and they're attributed to two negations that we have, like when you say I didn't read three books. Is that the claim? So is the claim that there's a preference for the strong negation?
So that's what I'm trying out, is that everything else being equal, is always, that's where the strongest meaning hypothesis, in a way, that's been sort of proposed by others and seems to play a role in other areas. So that's what I'm tentatively assuming, is just use the stronger one.
What I'm wondering about, suppose we have two of these numerals under negation. Yeah. Is it an expectation that it's going to be one decision? Yeah. So each of them are interpreted exactly, kind of exactly under negation, traditional terminology, or.
Yeah, that would depend on what the logical form is like. So you're assuming that they're truly both under the scope, so nothing has been scoped up.
Testing a test for the prediction.
If you remember, the way I built up things at the LSA was a little different because I had a different agenda. And there, in a way, this negation would operate over a set of alternatives. And where if you have two numerals that are truly both in the scope of negation, then they would already via Hamblin composition, they would have melded into a single proposition, and so that would be the prediction. I did not pursue this agenda here, but that would, yeah. So you would have, if you want to have different interpretations, you would have to do some movement. Yeah. Okay.
So you said that you're putting aside the cases that are related to focus, and I understand that. But still, I'm very curious to know how you would analyze an example, and your example actually but with focus this time, something like she did not sing 5 songs, she sang 6.
Oh, in that case, yeah. So in that case, I mean, it's true. As I've said, I'm not, I mean, this is not going to fall out. And so there, I mean, you would have, say, a Ruth-type analysis of focus that gives you alternatives and creates inferences of, I don't know, are they conventional implicatures or conversational implicatures, whatever, of the kind that all other alternatives except the mentioned one are false. And so that, I mean, if you have, if you say, she didn't sing, she didn't eat 5, she ate 6, then of course she ate 6. She ate, yeah. Now, to be precise, what you would have to say is that all alternatives except the ones that are already implied by the mentioned one, by the mentioned alternatives are false. And so that would exclude the case that would say, well, she didn't eat 6, she didn't eat 7, etc. Yeah.
But does it interact in any way with your distinction between the two negations?
Oh, okay, yeah. So there, So there we would have to see, and maybe I should just walk you. Then at the end, I have an example where that becomes relevant. Yeah. So here, I mean, the proposal is just you use the strongest negation and possible. And the example that we will look at is one where actually using the stronger negation just would give you a contradiction, and then you sort of use the weaker one. Yeah. Okay. Here, same question, and now you know the answer. So which one is right? There are 3 cups. There's no part of S in which there are 3 or more cups, as opposed to there's no part of S in which there are exactly 3 cups. The 2 statements are equivalent, and so so again, I mean, we make the same picture if there are 4 cups. Then there's always a subsituation in which there are exactly 3 cups. Okay. And so if you're saying that there is no part of S in which there are exactly 3 cups, you're already excluding that there could be a part of S in which there are 4 or more cups, or 3 or more cups. Okay, so again, is this the end? No, it's coming back. Okay, so the claim here, and that's so here we have a picture. So if there's a situation in which there are exactly 4 cups, then there's always a subsituation in which there are exactly 3 cups. And so the claim is these statements are equivalent. So nothing to choose here, and the conclusion is whether you have the exactly or the at least interpretation of numerals makes no difference whatsoever under negation. And so that is the big grand finale claim. There's no such thing as implicature cancellation under negation. And so the idea is the inference, the exactly reading is always there. It's always there. The reason why you think you cancel it is that just as a matter of semantics, once you have the kind of negation that is independently needed in any kind of partial semantics, once you have that kind of negation, these 2 readings just collapse into one. So it's just, yeah.
So I'm wondering how you're going to treat non-monotonic environments. So things like exactly half the students sang 5 songs, where it seems that, at least I think, with this example, there's an ambiguity, whether you have an exactly reading or an at least reading, and presumably you need some existential quantifier over situations in the scope of the initial quantifier, exactly half, but if that's the case, you're only going to get, I believe, the at least reading for 5 songs.
So what exactly is the ambiguity? What's the case to posit an ambiguity here if you have exactly 5?
So my impression with zeros at least, but I could be wrong again, is that if you say exactly half the students sang 5 songs, this could mean exactly half sang at least 5 songs, or exactly half sang exactly 5 songs.
But what's the case for the ambiguity? I'm sort of wondering. What's the claim that this is ambiguous? What is the case?
Oh, I mean, so just that you give, different kinds of situations and you count.
I mean, it's because now there's a really probing into the basis of those iterations, because I'm in a way reconceptually.
So there's no, there's no entailment between the 2 readings. It's straightforward.
I'm just sort of wondering. I mean, whether there's a true ambiguity here. I mean, that's just the first question. Then, of course, we have to sort of think about now, get very serious about what the interpretation of the exactly is to begin with. And I'll come back to that at the very end, where I'm sort of trying out at least one possibility. What you say is, with those proportional ones.
I guess it doesn't particularly matter that you have exactly the first one, so that was exactly half the students. You can have half the students as long as it's understood on the exactly reading. So the important thing is that you have a non-monotonic.
And so we would have to work that out. Because I mean we see already. I mean even in other downwards entailing contexts, there is in a way what you get is purely contextual cancellation. My hunch would be that. The same is true of those non-monotonic contexts. I mean, if it's even true, I mean, it's really just under negation that we seem to get this apparent cancellation effect. In sort of very clear downward entailing contexts already, we get contextual cancellation. So my guess would be that this phenomenon, again, would be reducible to contextual cancellation. That the theory, in a way, doesn't give any like already in the conditional case, the theory, should be, and that's of course I'm not going to analyze that case. That's a big piece to show. I mean, the theory should show that there's no particular pressure, even in downward entailing contexts, to cancel the implicature, and so I think my guess would be that there's even less, or. There's also no pressure in those contexts to cancel, and so once you analyze those cases, I mean that's the result that should come out. Okay, that's the result. So here's an attempt to maybe illustrate a little bit what would happen. With the exactly case, so that came out. So let me know what you think about this. It's a little tentative. So we have the just 3 cups or the exactly 3 cups. So one thing we could say that a sentence like this presupposes that 2, there are exactly 3 cups, is true in some subsituation of the situation S you're talking about. And then what it claims is that 2 is true in S. Okay, so that's the proposal here. If you have something like there are 3 cups, that expresses a non-persistent proposition that's true in a situation just in case that situation has exactly 3 cups. Now, if you have something like there are just 3 cups, So the claim is that there is a presupposition to the effect that there are 3 cups, which we analyze as there are exactly 3 cups. And what it says is that there is a subsituation in which there are exactly 3 cups, which amounts to saying that there's a presupposition to the effect that there are at least 3 cups. Okay, so that, and then that it claims that this proposition here too is true in the situation that you're looking at. Okay, so that's the idea. Now we negate this. If we negate this, so we're assuming, as is usual, I believe, that presuppositions get preserved under negation. And so what we would still say is that here, 1 presupposes that 2 is true in some situation of the situation we are looking at, so it has the same presupposition. And that now prevents us from using strong negation. Because if we have strong negation, then what we are saying is that there is no subsituation of the situation we're looking at in which there are exactly 3 cups, but that is the presupposition. And so here, that would be a case where, at least if we follow that line of reasoning, we are forced to pick weak negation, because otherwise we would get a contradiction with the presupposition. So that's my my attempt here. Okay. And that's actually the end. So yes. Sir? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In which case you have a collective. So you can't apply that in
So?
You can't apply that in negation here, because it's not what kills and what the 4 bullets together.
So what? I didn't quite see the problem.
So there's no substitution which he was like.
Well, now now we have to go into the semantics of focus, right, and sort of see what focus does. And so he wasn't killed by 3 bullets, so you have alternatives here, like 4. He was killed by 4, he was killed by 5.
There are only situations involving 4 bullets in which because the 3 didn't do the killing.
So yeah, I don't quite see the problem, but
so there you will have one situation in which 4 bullets were involved.
Yeah. But why is that case different from the one I just discussed in a way? I mean, if you have, that as part of the semantics of focus, you have alternatives. Then, so let's assume, and that again would have to come from the theory of focus, that you do get something like a just or only component in there. And this just or only component involves a presupposition. And that's, in order to avoid a conflict with the presupposition, that's what forces you to use weak negation. So why is...
Without focus being involved here, so it's just in this case you don't have subsituations involving...
Well, why is focus... I mean, in that case, that's what I would say that does involve. He wasn't... I mean, whenever you have... you have what's perceived as retaining the implicature. I mean, that's what we saw earlier. It seems to be only possible in cases where you have contrasted focus. And so that's where the theory of focus kicks in. And then, of course, we do know, as part of the interpretation of contrastive focus, you do get these exhaustive, these only interpretations. And once you get these only interpretations, the idea is you do get presuppositions. And in order to not get a contradiction with the presupposition, you are forced, that forces, and that sort of comes back to François' question. I mean, that's exactly what what forces you then to use weak negation, and you seem to be getting the right result there. So that is the
I just mean
yeah.
numerals, so to speak. They treat it separately.
Okay, any other questions? So this is, you might, because, this is not an uncontroversial thing that I presented. I sort of just expect people to give me a harder time. What am I going to do if you just... this goes really against what most people say about focus. It was, it can't be, you can't believe that. You can't just go home and say something else and not jump up on your chairs. Because it's sort of saying that, it's this malicious strategy of cutting out the core of the data that have been traded in implicature research, and just saying, okay, these are no data. You're misanalyzing the thing. That's what I'm saying. So that can't be. You can't accept that just silently. So. Yeah.
Regarding Dunwall and taking context,
Yeah.
you seem to suggest that it's really purely a contextual matter whether or not implicature is cancelled.
Yeah.
And you said that there are experimental results in that direction, but isn't it true that there is a strong tendency to favor one type of reading as opposed to another one? So you're in favor of a fully pragmatic account of those cases, saying that there is no linguistic difference and no bias?
No, at the moment I wouldn't say anything like that before I have presented an analysis. So now it all depends on how we get the situations that we're qualifying over in, say, a conditional or in other, like in the restriction of a universal qualification. So before that, I wouldn't commit myself one way or the other. So we would have, the research here really consists, and you look at case after case. I think Levinson has presented these very interesting cases that do suggest it's really just how you set up the context. You can go one way or the other. My hunch is, again, if you ask me if I want to place a bet, my hunch would be that that's how it goes, that it's really just how you set up the context. That seems to be the result that Fraser and Kierkegaard got, which is very interesting because they absolutely did not want to get that result. And so they just could not establish any kind of bias, for cancellation in those conditional contexts. And since Kierkegaard in particular, that went against his theory, so they really did everything they could to squeeze out those data from the subjects, and it didn't come out. So that is interesting. But it does, now the piece that is truly missing is to really develop a theory of conditionals and sort of show then formally that you do get the result, that it should be a matter of context and not a preference for downward entailingness that is at stake. But I certainly haven't given that piece.
Another related problem is that, so you use this distinction between the focus-related cases and the other cases, as if focus was really a sort of formal matter, as it were, but certainly, or I think the context may achieve the same effects as actual focusing without any focusing. So the distinction between the two classes of cases is not totally clear, and it's very blurred somehow. And in one of the Levinson examples that you mentioned, like if you ate some of the cookies and no one ate any or something like this, to me it has a sort of a metalinguistic feel, this example. I'm not too sure about this, but even if there is no actual focusing, it may well form the same task. So it's hard to actually tell the cases, and you seem to rely on really tests using contrastive stress, and I don't know whether...
Contrastive focus. Yeah, but that is again, of course, that's one of the downward of the conditional cases where what I'm saying is they're contextual anyway. So that was not even a case where I invoked contrastive focus as being crucial for getting the implicature. And so it was in those other cases, Paul didn't eat all of the eggs. That's where I invoked the necessity of contrasted focus. But not even in those cases, and that would even, I mean, if, as I said, so far, it's no more than a bet I have thrown out here, is in those cases I would expect all kinds of context, influencing whether we perceive the implicature as cancelled or not. Yeah. So okay.
No, this is not, you said something about there are just 3 cups. You didn't say anything about exactly.
Let's see. So I was sneaking. That's what I was assuming, probably wrongly. Yes. I thought, yeah. I mean, I use just in a way you get a better negation. If you negate the exactly cases, you get a slightly different reading. Like I didn't eat exactly 3 eggs. I mean, you get a different pragmatic effect, and so I use just, but it's. Yeah.
Well, because I think that
like if he isn't exactly happy or something, you get
Just it's really true that he didn't eat just 3 eggs. He supposes that he eats 3 eggs, but I'm not sure about exactly.
I see. Exactly. So I mean, the whole case of what exactly may mean has to be just reopened now, and there's probably more to it than just saying exactly resets your focus on the situation as a whole. And I mean, it's sort of similar with, the discussion of what's the difference between John read all the books and John read the books. The way with Brisson's work, we had to all of a sudden sort of say something substantial about this difference. I think it is probably similar with exactly what is needed is really just a lot of fine research telling us what exactly really means. Yeah. So that in a way the case is open again. That's what I would say.